Chapter 1928. In several directions, gazes filled with unwillingness wandered around the yellow, court dimension, great cosmos. However, it was all in vain. The true saint dimension had an eternal true saint overseeing it. Even 7 or 8 calamity universe masters were extremely insignificant in front of an eternal true saint. He can actually obtain the protection of 2 true saints. How despicable! What a lucky fellow! At that moment, in several great cosmoses, terrifying existences beyond imagination were either muttering to themselves, trembling, or looking coldly at the yellow court dimension great cosmos. However, many dimensional rulers immediately retracted their gazes and ignored them. A portion of them looked at the whirling dimension great cosmos with hesitation. The great calamity of the whirling dimension great cosmos had arrived, and this information had already been sold by some major powers. This attracted many high-level rulers of the alternate dimension great cosmos. Every time the chaotic era of the dimensional great cosmos changed, it was the best time to transcend the calamity. It was the time when the old and the new were replaced, and there was a great opportunity and opportunity. Generally speaking, when the chaotic era of the dimensional great cosmos changed, dimensional strong beings would swarm over and make use of the opportunity of the great calamity to transcend the great calamity. The only thing that made many dimensional strong beings hesitate was that an eternal true saint had already been born in the whirling dimension great cosmos. The power of an eternal true saint was truly terrifying. If he casually did anything during the great calamity, it could affect the dimensional strong beings transcending the calamity. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fish in the moat would also suffer. Every action of an eternal true saint was much more terrifying than a fight between a sandpiper and a clam. In an unknown side of the dimensional gap, in a completely unfamiliar and nameless dimensional great cosmos, a space-time door suddenly appeared, and 9 streams of light flew out instantly. Heaven and earth were separated, and the universe was established. Yin and yang were activated, and vitality was distributed. This was the impression that the new dimensional great cosmos gave to Qin Feng and the others. It was a piece of nothingness. As far as the eye could see, there were no signs of a world or any living beings. It was even vast and empty, like a boundless dead ocean. Even the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth in the dimension had just sprouted. Time seemed to have stopped. Panga's Saint Emperor looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone, this is the great cosmos that I discovered. I named it Luo Dimension Great Cosmos. Mega Dimension Universe? The other 8 were all extremely intelligent. How could they not understand Saint Emperor Panga's intention? Everyone knew that Saint Emperor Pangu especially liked the 2 words Luo, and even used Luo as his Taoist name. This was a clear indication of his determination to become the master of the dimensional great universe. Qin Feng stood among the 8 of them without any change in expression. After all, he didn't have much ambition for this dimensional great cosmos. Qin Feng was very clear that with his current strength, it was simply impossible for him to occupy a dimensional great cosmos. They don't have the ability to defend it either. The Pangu Saint Emperor looked at everyone solemnly. Now, in this dimensional great cosmos, the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth are entangled together. Although they have sprouted, they are still in a stalemate, causing living beings to be unable to evolve. In 1,000 years, I will be opening up the great cosmos. When the time comes, I hope that all of you will help me. Of course, the 8 of them nodded at the same time. They had long understood Pangu's ambition. When the Pangu Saint Emperor saw this, he nodded slightly and continued. However, this dimensional great cosmos has already been nurtured and formed. It already has instincts, and it won't tolerate others offending it. When the time comes, 3,000 dimensional guardians will be born from the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. Every dimensional guardian will be a natural divine ancestor. The outstanding ones will probably not only be at the divine ancestor realm. When the time comes, I will have to trouble the 8 of you to protect me. The Ancient One laughed softly. A mere guardian is not worth mentioning. You just have to focus on defense. As a four-tribulation dominator, he had nothing to fear, no matter how many divine ancestor experts there were. On the contrary, the 3,000 divine ancestors were like a feast. These dimensional guardians hadn't been born for long, and they were born from the dimensional great cosmos. Anyone who refined them would be able to easily grasp a law of heaven and earth. They would then become existences at the divine ancestor level. If one could grasp the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth, it would be a great opportunity. Even for a four-tribulation dominator, it would be an unimaginable boost. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He was a divine ancestor who cultivated the world style. If he could obtain the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth, he might be able to refine the spirit sea world into the foundation of a dimensional great cosmos. He would have the opportunity to become a master of a great cosmos. On the other side, the wilderness Saint Emperor's eyes flickered. He had the same idea as Qin Feng. This opportunity was too rare. On the other side, Jiulu, Cang Xiong, Bai Jian, and Wu Huai's eyes shone with desire. Among the four of them, two were eternal god emperors at the first level of the eternal god realm, while the other two were eternal heaven monarchs at the second level of the eternal heaven realm. If they could obtain one or two laws of heaven and earth during such a grand event, they would be able to recover the power of a divine ancestor at their peak. It wouldn't be impossible for them to advance further. The implications of such a new dimensional great cosmos were too great. For existences who had already become masters of the universe and even true sages, there were great benefits to be gained. It was no wonder that many dimensional dominators were unwilling to leave, even at the risk of provoking the purple cloud's true sage. My friend Wilderness, I might not be the only one who discovered this dimensional great cosmos. To prevent any accidents, please open your Tao mirror and check the surroundings to prevent a sneak attack. Pangu Saint Emperor looked at the Wilderness Saint Emperor. The Wilderness Saint Emperor nodded slightly. He looked at the desolate dimensional great cosmos. A new dimensional great cosmos didn't just have the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth that were useful to high-level dominators. There were also many precious treasures that were out of reach. For example, there were many sources of power. These sources of power were treasures that were as important as the laws of heaven and earth. Refining them and integrating them into one's own world could strengthen the world and even become the foundation of a dimensional great cosmos. Everyone knew that the Eternal Secret Codex was the product of many sources of power. The Wilderness Saint Emperor had the Tao Mirror, which could monitor more than half of the dimensional great cosmos. It was indeed a supreme weapon for collecting sources of power. Beside him, Qin Feng didn't know the trump card of the Wilderness Saint Emperor, but he could see the absolute confidence in the Wilderness Saint Emperor. Qin Feng muttered to himself. This grand event was extremely beneficial to him. Being able to witness the evolution of a dimensional great cosmos with his own eyes was extremely important for his future choice. The Pangus Saint Emperor looked at Qin Feng again. As for Qin Feng, your Eternal Thunderbolt technique is extremely important. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to assist me in this matter. When he said that, not only did Qin Feng's eyes light up, but the other 7 powerful beings also looked at Qin Feng with envy. Chapter 1929. Generally speaking, all sacred ancestors had experienced the creation of heaven and earth. From the most basic creation of a dimension to a higher level of creation of a world, to a higher realm with 3,000 laws, and even a huge world like a mutated world. Everyone knew that the creation god would benefit greatly from this. The mysteries of the evolution of countless laws and the utilization of countless powers would be directly revealed during this process. Although this process would be extremely difficult and dangerous for the creation god, it would be extremely difficult. The rulers were envious, but they also knew that there was no substitute. The Tao of creation corresponded to several extremely powerful eternal secret manuals. For example, the Eternal Destruction Secret Manual, Eternal Creation Secret Manual, Eternal Five Elements Secret Manual, Eternal Yin-Yang Secret Manual, Eternal Primal Chaos Secret Manual, and so on. However, if one wanted to truly delve into the Tao of creation, they would definitely need the Eternal Lightning Secret Manual. Apart from Qin Feng, none of the rulers possessed the Eternal Lightning Secret Manual. The Panga Divine Emperor looked at Qin Feng and sighed in his heart. Since the beginning of the previous era, he had established his own Tao and created his own Tao after becoming a divine ancestor. After an entire chaos era, he had traveled around the various great dimensional universes, shuttled back and forth between the various true sages, in exchange for various eternal secret manuals related to the Tao of creation. Currently, he had mastered more than 10 eternal secret manuals related to the Tao of creation. These included the Eternal Destruction, Eternal Creation, Eternal Five Elements, Eternal Destruction, Eternal Yin-Yang, Eternal Primal Chaos, Eternal Great Void, Eternal Power Secret Manual, and so on. His own Tao of creation had been suppressed for an entire chaos era, and it seemed to have been polished. It had already established its embryonic form and was approaching maturity. However, he couldn't find the Eternal Lightning Secret Manual. Qin Feng also understood the meaning of this, but he wasn't too happy about it. Assisting the creation god was extremely beneficial, but since ancient times, it was also the most dangerous to be the creation god. They would have to bear the backlash of the entire world. The Mega-Dimension universe was such a huge new dimension universe. One could imagine the power of the backlash. On the spot, Qin Feng frowned and muttered to himself. All the rulers looked at Qin Feng. Of course, they were also aware of the risks. If you are too weak, even if a great opportunity is right in front of you, you might not be able to obtain it. The rulers didn't urge him. Saint Emperor Pangu said after seeing Qin Feng's expression, "I have not thought this through. After all, my friend Qin Feng has just broken through to the divine ancestor realm less than 30,000 years ago. This is indeed a very risky move. If you are willing, you can choose to stand aside and deal with the dimensional guardians with the Ancient One and Luya. Just wait for the critical moment to lend me a hand. What do you think?" The Pangu Saint Emperor sighed inwardly. If that was the case, he would have to expend a lot more energy just by relying on his own strength. Once an accident occurred, it would be difficult for him to have any extra strength to deal with it. Qin Feng's mind had been tempered to the point that it was as hard as steel. His Tao heart was clear and bright, but that didn't mean that he was willing to put his life at risk. "There's no need for that, Your Majesty Pangu. I will assist you in opening the dimension." Qin Feng finally made up his mind. Opening up a new dimension was such a grand event. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would get another one? Qin Feng didn't want to regret it in the future. As for the danger, Qin Feng had already assessed it. After mastering the Eternal Origin Technique and the Eternal Primordial Technique, Qin Feng was very confident that he could keep his life. With a basic guarantee, as an opportunist, Qin Feng dared to take the risk. "Are you sure?" The Panga's Saint Emperor looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Blinded by greed? This word flashed in the minds of several experts, including the Desolation Sage Emperor, as well as a few others. Opening up a great dimensional universe was such a terrifying thing. How could an expert who had just broken through to the divine ancestor realm be involved in such a thing? Even if he was just a support. Ancestor Li Hua, Luya, and the Ancient One exchanged a look. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes, as well as a trace of admiration. Unlike the Wilderness Saint Emperor, the two ancient high-level sovereigns saw in Qin Feng's eyes an indomitable will to pursue the Tao. This was the will that truly belonged to an expert. Even if there was only a slight chance of success, when faced with a choice, one would press forward with indomitable will, even if there was a huge and unimaginable risk involved. After reaching the high-level sovereign realm, every step forward was extremely difficult. Without this kind of will, it would be very difficult to advance. Although the two high-level sovereigns admired Qin Feng, they didn't have high hopes for Qin Feng. An ordinary divine ancestor without a Tao artifact would find it difficult to persist until the end and complete the opening of a great dimensional universe. Your Majesty Pangu, wealth comes from danger. Qin Feng met the Pangu Saint Emperor's solemn gaze with a faint smile. Qin Feng's original appearance could only be considered ordinary. However, as he embarked on the path of cultivation, especially after becoming a true god and even a divine ancestor, his body naturally had a dazzling aura. Her chuckle had a kind of peerless beauty to it. The Pangu Saint Emperor took a deep breath and laughed heartily. Haha, good. You are indeed a disciple of the purple firmament true sage. If possible, I will protect you to the greatest extent. Turbulent primordial chaos flowed. In this newly born great dimensional universe, even the divine ancestors felt uncomfortable. It was too lonely. Moreover, the newly born great dimensional universe had an instinct. Before the 3,000 heavens and earth truly matured, it would instinctively reject the living beings in its body and do its best to destroy them or simply melt them. In the next 1,000 years, I will enter a deep level of dimension gestation with Brother Qin Feng and welcome the opening of the great dimensional universe in our best condition. Everyone can search the surrounding area for 1,000 years. You might even have the opportunity to find some rare origin spiritual roots or origin spiritual treasures in this great dimensional universe. Hearing this, Luya, the ancient ruler, and the desolation Saint Emperor nodded slightly. However, they looked at Qin Feng enviously. Dimension gestation? Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Then, Brother Pangu, see you in 1,000 years. Luya, the ancient ruler, and the desolation Saint Emperor said their goodbyes and left. At the same time, they agreed that after 1,000 years, when the opening of the great dimensional universe arrived, they would return to this place and help the Pangu Saint Emperor in his task of opening the heavens and earth. Before coming here, the 9 of them had signed a Tao heart pact. They had used their own Tao hearts to make a pact that they could not reveal the coordinates of this great dimensional universe through any means. Therefore, the Pangu Saint Emperor was not worried that the 3 of them would do anything that would harm him. However, the 4 ancient gods, Song Xiong, Jiulu, Baijian, and Wu Huai, did not leave. Chapter 1930. The guards scattered around the 2 of them. Little friend Qin Feng, let's begin. Saint Emperor Pangu looked at Qin Feng. Okay. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Qin Feng was not unfamiliar with the birth of dimensions. This was not much different from the birth of the children of dimensions in many dimensions and the birth of the god of creation in chaos. However, regardless of whether it was the birth of the children of dimensions in a dimension or the birth of the god of creation in chaos, there was a considerable risk involved. It was very easy to be completely confused by the vast origin of the world and lose one's mind, becoming a demon god that wreaked havoc in the world or taking on a role of a guardian. This was the nature of the birth of dimensions. To put it in simpler terms, this kind of rebirth was a better way to enter this dimensional great universe and obtain a legitimate identity. Saint Emperor Pangu might replace one of the 3,000 dimensional guardians that were being born in the Meluo great universe. Qin Feng's participation in this nurturing process would also replace the identity of one of the 3,000 dimensional guardians. This was very similar to the story that Qin Feng had heard in myths and legends. It was rumored that the predecessor of the universe was also created by a Saint Emperor Pangu. In the beginning of the chaos, there were 3,000 demon gods. Each of the 3,000 demon gods had the most legitimate qualifications to compete for the position of the master of the universe. Only by killing the 3,000 demon gods or defeating the other 3,000 demon gods could one stand out and become the master of the universe. In the myths and legends in Qin Feng's memory, regardless of whether it was the 3,000 demon gods or Pangu, they had all fallen in the end. Instead, it was Hong Jun Taoist who was born from the world, who finally obtained authority. Qin Feng had flipped through some ancient books before entering the yellow court dimension, Great Cosmos. Although there was no actual evidence to prove the truth of this story, according to the circumstantial evidence of many ancient books on the immortal net, this legend was very likely to be true. Moreover, it happened in the Huangting Great Universe. It was rumored that the Huangting Great Universe was the place where the heavenly king Pangu first appeared. While thinking, Saint Emperor Pangu had already started to take action. Saint Emperor Pangu stood on the spot and formed seals with his hands. A chaotic Tao lotus under his feet started to take root in the depths of the dimensional chaos, its roots spreading out. The Tao lotus tender lotus bloomed, and it was incomparably huge. The 9,999 lotus leaves were gigantic, and the Pangu divine emperor stood on them. As he struck out with his hands, countless chaotic runes resonated with the origin in the depths of the dimensional great universe, forming a gigantic beating egg outside the Pangu divine emperor's body. The gigantic chaos egg was like the beating heart of a real person. In the depths of the primordial chaos, there was no up, down, left, or right. The feeling of time flowing by was as if this chaos egg was the most supreme existence in the primordial chaos. It was exceptionally tyrannical. Gradually, Qin Feng sensed an extremely powerful dimensional origin being activated in the depths of the dimensional primordial chaos. It transformed into formless chains of laws that connected to the chaos egg, as though it was transporting nutrients to the chaos egg. It grew bigger and bigger with each passing day. The laws of the origin of force. You've connected to the origin of the dimensional great cosmos so quickly. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Soon, Qin Feng's expression changed. In the depths of the primordial chaos, there seemed to be a breeze blowing past. The breeze was filled with rich vitality, and when it blew into his chest, it was as if he had been reborn. Even his soul could feel a rich and warm aura. The power of creation. The laws of the origin of creation had descended. Qin Feng stared at the gigantic egg that the Pangu Divine Emperor had manifested with widened eyes. It could be seen with the naked eye that the chaos egg seemed to have vented its gas, crazily sweeping up the surrounding primordial chaos and becoming abnormally huge. It was as if it was going to crush Qin Feng under the gigantic egg. Qin Feng hurriedly retreated tens of millions of miles. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He felt that retreating tens of millions of miles wasn't safe enough, so he simply retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. This way, when he started to gestate, he wouldn't be malnourished because Pangu, a magnate, was beside him and snatch away all the primordial chaos energy. Qin Feng felt that he had to start increasing his speed. The Mi Luo dimension Great Cosmos had just been born, and the identity of a dimensional guardian was unique. For example, the dimensional demon god of strength and the dimensional demon god of creation. Once the Pangu Divine Emperor took the lead, the dimensional demon god of strength and the dimensional demon god of creation wouldn't be born in the first batch in the Mi Luo dimension Great Cosmos, unless a second batch of dimensional demon gods was born. However, the difference between the first batch and the second batch was too big, and they were naturally weaker. Furthermore, the laws of the origin of the dimension were also incomplete. Qin Feng pointed with his feet, and a lotus of creation also fell to the ground and took root, turning into the 99th grade lotus of creation. This wasn't Qin Feng's natal spiritual treasure. The lotus that had been refined into his natal spiritual treasure had been bestowed upon him after he became the divine ancestor. This lotus was just an illusory lotus of creation that Qin Feng had condensed by comprehending the laws of creation. The lotus fell to the ground and took root as well. Qin Feng used his own understanding of the world. As a former god of creation and a world-style sacred ancestor, his understanding of the mysteries of the world's birth was definitely above that of many world-style sovereigns. Vaguely, a huge golden world appeared behind him. That was the projection of the Spirit Sea world. The Spirit Sea world couldn't be brought over but Qin Feng had already understood the various laws and rules of the world that it contained. He was familiar with it. The huge projection of the world enveloped Qin Feng and gradually transformed into a golden chaos egg that was different from the Pangu divine emperors. Soon, the first law of origin of the dimension was summoned. That was the law of time that Qin Feng had comprehended. Then came the second one, the space origin law. The third was the origin law of destiny. These three laws of origin of the dimension were the foundation of almost any world. Then, the laws of the world began to descend one after another. The golden chaos egg was also in the center of the lotus. Like a balloon, it expanded rapidly, thousands of feet, hundreds of thousands of feet. However, compared to the chaos egg that the Pangu divine emperor had transformed into, the golden chaos egg that Qin Feng had manifested was still somewhat inferior. It was like the difference between a short and a tall person. The other party was a giant. The difference between the two was very obvious. This was determined by the difference in strength between the two of them. In the golden chaos egg in the center, Qin Feng could clearly feel that the true spirit that he had condensed had already formed a certain connection with the origin of this dimensional great universe. His own power gradually increased with the descent of the origin of heaven and earth. The increase in his cultivation was very obvious. While Qin Feng began to fully comprehend the laws of origin of the dimension that he had lured over with great difficulty, he was also planning something else at the same time. He wanted to embed the divine Tao laws into the laws of the origin of this dimension. If he could do this, Qin Feng would not only be immortal and indestructible in the whirling dimension great universe, but he would also be immortal and indestructible in the Mi Luo dimension great universe. Two-dimensional divine ancestor. Chapter 1931. Two-dimensional divine ancestor. This was a title that made one's heart surge with excitement just thinking about it. Once he became a two-dimensional divine ancestor, there was no doubt that Qin Feng's strength would improve greatly. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, this improvement was just the beginning of this opportunity. Around the two giant eggs, the four ancient gods, ancient god firmament, ancient god nine music, ancient god by Jian, and ancient god Wu Huai, followed suit. The four ancient gods looked at each other and used their own methods to participate in the incubation process, fighting for other dimensional origin laws to descend. Streams of light flew out and turned into four giant eggs. They started to swallow a huge amount of primordial chaos and summoned the origin laws of dimensions to resonate. As the four closest servants of the Pangu divine emperor, the four of them were already mentally prepared. Regardless of whether the Pangu divine emperor succeeded or not, they would stay in the Mi Luo dimensional universe. If he succeeded, they would stay in the Mi Luo dimensional universe and assist the Pangu divine emperor, the master of the Mi Luo dimensional universe, in governing the other dimension. As dimensional demon gods, their future was undoubtedly great. It was very likely that they would have the accumulation of one or two perfect great tribulations in a short period of time. If they failed, as dimensional demon gods, they would die in the Baifeng dimension like the Pangu divine emperor and become nourishment for the growth of the Mi Luo dimensional universe. In the chaos egg, Qin Feng sensed what the four ancient gods were doing. In fact, it wasn't just the four ancient gods. At this moment, he was participating in the incubation of dimensions and was going to be a dimensional demon god. Once the Pangu divine emperor failed to create a new world, his outcome wouldn't be much better than the four ancient gods. Gudong, Qin Feng used his eternal saint power to stimulate the incubation state. The golden illusory world of the spirit sea around his body turned into a huge golden gourd. The laws of heaven and earth vibrated, and thousands of origin laws tried their best to resonate with the origin laws of dimensions. Every dimensional great cosmos had 3,000 origin source laws, but this didn't mean that the dimensional great cosmos only had 3,000 origin source laws. In fact, 3,000 was an imaginary number. It meant that the origin laws of dimensions could also contain 10,000 or more origin laws of heaven and earth, or even 100,000 or millions of super-origin laws. However, generally speaking, the first batch of dimensional demon gods born in the dimensional great cosmos would only number 3,000. Just when the Pangu Saint Emperor and Qin Feng were trying their best to operate all kinds of mysterious scriptures, or when the world was attracting the resonance of the origin of dimensions, they might have sensed the appearance of the aura of creation. At this moment, giant chaos eggs were being born one after another in various parts of the mega-dimension great cosmos. The Mi-Luo dimension cosmos activated its initial self-defense instincts. Even the weakest of the huge eggs was at least 10,000 feet tall. Among them, there was no lack of powerful existences that were 100,000 feet tall or even 1,000,000 feet tall. An ancient and majestic aura emanated from the chaos eggs. Perhaps it would devour everything like a flame, or be merciless like a great sea, or devour everything. Perhaps it would be incomparably heavy, giving birth to creation, or perhaps it would destroy the heavens and earth, or perhaps it would merge with the primal chaos, making no distinction between you and me. This scene caused a rare opportunity to appear in the deathly still primordial chaos to become lively. At this moment, in the depths of the void of the Mi-Luo dimension great cosmos, a gray-robed youth sat cross-legged without any support. It was as if he existed together with the primordial chaos. When the vast primordial chaos passed by him, it was as if it didn't notice his existence and blew past him like a mighty wind. He looked extremely ordinary, but there was also a kind of illusory feeling about him. Illusory reality. He sat there quietly, as if he was eternally free and unfettered. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light appeared in his eyes. His gray robe fluttered, and an incomparably majestic aura flashed past. This gray-robed youth wasn't an ordinary person. He was a first-generation dimensional demon god, and he was one of the first 3 powerful dimensional demon gods born in the dimensional great cosmos. The Creation Master and the Space-Time Master have been born one after another. When he sensed the warning from the origin of dimensions, the gray-robed youth's expression turned somewhat gloomy, but there was also a trace of strange excitement. In the ancient Enlightenment, the Creation Master, the End Master, and the Space-Time Master were the most promising existences to become the master of the great cosmos. It's a pity that I, the Wisdom Master, was born with the origin of dimensional wisdom and was one of the first batch of powerful dimensional demon gods. However, I have never been able to control the origin laws of time and space. As he thought to himself, a trace of darkness flashed in the gray-robed youth's eyes. Dimensional demon gods were born extremely powerful. Once they were born, they were at the level of a divine ancestor. However, it was extremely difficult for them to improve. For example, the Wisdom Master had controlled the origin of wisdom since birth. He could comprehend many origin laws of dimensions, including space-time laws. However, he couldn't break through the shackles and control the origin of space-time to become a space-time dimensional demon god. The space-time master. Of course, it wasn't that there was no other way. At least, one could still obtain the identity of the space-time master by killing the first-generation dimensional demon god who controlled the origin of time and space. Alternatively, one could also obtain the identity of the space-time master by killing the creation master. However, the opportunity has finally arrived. His strange and deep laughter became louder and louder. He stood up, and the 3 terrifying immortal sacred rings behind his head vibrated, shattering the primordial chaos. I want the identity of the space-time master, and I also want the identity of the creation master. Amidst the low and cold laughter, his figure silently disappeared from a spot. The space-time master and the creation master were born at the same time. Above a void in the mega-dimension great cosmos, another white-haired youth with long hair fluttering in the wind felt the origin laws vibrating from the depths of the origin of dimensions. He was barefoot in the air, and the four immortal sacred rings behind his head vibrated. A terrifying aura swept up a primordial chaos storm. It was extremely terrifying. I, the master of chaos, am the first dimensional demon god to be born in this dimensional great cosmos. I have also swallowed the master of yin and yang, the master of 5 elements, and the master of stars. I am regarded as the first person in the dimensional chaos. The space-time master, the destruction master, and the creation master are the existences who have the highest chance of becoming the masters of the universe. They are above me. I would like to see what capabilities the space-time master and the creation master have to become the masters of the universe. If you are not strong enough, then you can obediently become a part of me. A ferocious look flashed across his face, and he laughed. Endless storms swept up the boundless primordial chaos, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a primordial chaos region shrouded in darkness, this was the place where the destruction master, one of the 3 most powerful dimensional demon gods in the mega-dimension great cosmos, cultivated in seclusion. In a terrifying divine palace condensed from primordial chaos, a black-robed man sat on a chair. His face was filled with incomparable dominance and unparalleled destructive majesty. The space-time master and the creation master have been born. It seems that the dimension creation calamity will come soon. The destruction master opened his eyes, and divine light shattered the primordial chaos around the divine palace. He looked thoughtful. Chapter 1932. The calamity of creation is the birth of the master of the universe. If you can't become the master of the universe, you'll either die or surrender. There's only one way to become the master of the universe, and that's to defeat all competitors. Creation master, space-time master, I hope you won't disappoint me. The master of destruction smiled and stood up. In an instant, there seemed to be billions of demons being destroyed in his eyes. The terrifying scene of the dimension collapsing appeared. Behind his head, 4 rings of immortal holy light illuminated the heavens. Amidst the destruction, a 5th ring of immortal holy light faintly appeared. The calamity of creation was the first calamity of the new dimensional universe. In this calamity, all the dimensional demon gods born from the dimensional universe's origin couldn't escape until the calamity of creation was over. They had to kill the creation master of the 3 masters. Or the creation master could successfully sort out the laws of the dimensional universe's origin and establish the initial order. At this moment, the space-time master and the creation master had just been born. They should be at their weakest. Darkness flickered in his eyes. Following the connection between the dimensional demon gods, the Lord of Destruction instantly left his original spot. In an instant, the terrifying demon palace was reduced to dust as soon as the Lord of Destruction left. 1,000 years passed very quickly. The ancient ruler, Luya, and Wilderness Saint Emperor were close to the end of the 1,000 years. When there were only 30 years left, they returned to the area where the Chaos Eggs were. Wilderness Saint Emperor was the last to return. From afar, he could see 6 incomparably huge eggs. They suppressed the boundless chaos and made one's heart tremble. The eggs were like the hearts of chaos, breathing in the boundless chaos. Wilderness Saint Emperor, standing in front of one of the chaos eggs, Luya greeted him with a smile. Wilderness Saint Emperor glanced at the expressions of the 2 high-level rulers. The ancient ruler and Luya both had smiles in their eyes. Clearly, they had gained a lot in the past 1,000 years. It was the same for Wildland's Holy King himself. He found a couple of fragmented origins floating in the primordial chaos. Although they were fragments, if he refined them into his origin world, the world's growth speed would increase significantly. It seems like they have made up their minds. Wilderness Saint Emperor smiled and walked over. He looked at the 6 eggs in the center, which were more than 100 million miles in size. His eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. The ancient sovereign and Luya looked at each other when they saw the look on Sagely Emperor's face. Their eyes were filled with admiration and complicated emotions. The benefits of dimension nurturing were obvious. Not only would one obtain an undying and indestructible body by fusing with the dimensional origin source and resonating with the dimensional universe, one would also be able to peek into a trace of the profundities behind the operation of the dimensional universe. Although it was just a tiny bit of mystery, it would be of great help to high-level sovereigns. This was especially true when it came to correcting one's own path, removing the impurities and preserving the pure, discarding the false and preserving the true. However, the price to pay for this was very cruel. Once the Pangu Saint Emperor failed in the creation calamity as dimensional demon gods, the remaining 5 would have no chance of surviving. The Ancient One and Lu Yo were naturally envious of the benefits, but they were even more aware of the risks. The Pangu Saint Emperor's chances of success were less than 30%. Pucci. All of a sudden, the 4 chaos eggs, which were nearly 99,000 feet tall, began to loosen. Bang bang. The first egg to be broken was the one on the left. Ding dong. The Ancient One, Luya, and the Wilderness Saint Emperor's expressions changed as they looked at the giant egg. It was as if they had heard the melodious sound of a zither. However, the sound of a zither was extremely pleasing to the ears. It could melt one's soul and erode one's bones. Even someone as powerful as the Wilderness Saint Emperor was mesmerized for a moment. It was only by relying on his tenacious mind that he managed to emerge from the intoxicating sound of the zither. Within the giant egg, a female giant with a strong dimensional origin source aura appeared. When she appeared, a 9-string zither appeared on her knees. The 9-string zither faintly emitted a rich radiance that seemed to merge with countless laws of sound. It shook the primordial chaos and broke through the earth, water, wind, and fire. Sientan, origin, source, spiritual treasure, and the laws of sound. It's a pity that it's still lacking a little bit. It's not enough to become the supreme dimensional origin source demon god, the master of sound in the dimensional universe. Luya shook his head after taking a look. Immediately after, there was the sound of an explosion as the chaos egg on the right exploded. Countless codes of earth, water, wind, fire, yin, yang, and darkness burst out along with the explosion, filling the primordial chaos. It was the firmament ancient god. However, the firmament ancient god's demeanor was a little strange. He was tall, with the upper body of a muscular giant and the lower body of a snake or dragon. Behind him, there was an endless aura of primordial chaos. He looked like a dimensional origin source demon god. Vitality demon god. It's a pity that it's still lacking a little bit. Only a divine ancestor can become a dimensional origin source demon god. Otherwise, it could become the Vitality Lord. Leah spoke again. Then he smiled. However, to be able to advance from the first level of the eternal God Emperor Moon to the second level of the eternal Heaven Lord in 1,000 years is already a great opportunity. The Ancient One smiled faintly as he held his horsetail whisk. This is normal. Now that 3,000 dimensional origin source demon gods are being born in the dimensional universe, they are only at the eternal Heaven Lord realm. How can they compete with the true dimensional guardians? I'm afraid that the true Vitality Lord and the Sound Lord have already been born. Subsequently, the Bojian clan and the Wuhuai clan also split open the Chaos Egg and appeared. The Bojian clan activated the Longevity Law. Fu, Lu, and Shou formed 3 innate origin source spirits in his hands. The Wuhuai clan activated the Mountain Law. As the Mountain Lord, he held a topographic map of the innate mountain origin source spirit in his hands. Just as the Ancient One had expected, although the Bojian clan and the Wuhuai clan had advanced from the initial level of the Eternal Heaven Lord realm to the peak level of the Eternal Heaven Lord realm in just 1,000 years, they were still a little bit away from the Divine Ancestor realm. They were unable to use the origin source spirit to transform into a dimensional origin source demon god. Rumble. Suddenly, the Chaos Egg in the center, which was only second to the size of billions of miles, shook. Rumble. It was as if the entire chaos egg was boiling. Dang, dang. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the master of wisdom, the master of chaos, and the master of destruction, who were searching for traces of Pangu and the others, or the dimensional demon gods who were still in gestation in the chaos eggs, all of them clearly heard the three crisp and terrifying bell tolls. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure engulfed the countless dimensional origin source demon gods that were still in the chaos egg, causing their hearts to tremble. At the same place, the chaos egg that was close to 1,000,000 feet tall had already broken open. A cold-looking giant god appeared, dragging a huge ancient bell. The ancient bell vibrated, and it was as if the chaos, primordial time, and space had completely frozen. Vaguely, there was an incredible suppressive power within the ancient bell. Chapter 1933. This ancient bell seemed to not only have the space-time origin, but also the fate origin, ice origin, primordial origin, lightning origin, black-yellow origin, vibration origin. All sorts of dimensional laws were manifested. It actually resonated with so many dimensional origins in just a short 1,000 years. There are close to 30 of them, and all of them are rather important dimensional origins. The Desolation Sage Emperor looked at the huge god bell in disbelief. The god bell's texture was rather peculiar. It seemed to be transparent and hazy. It did not belong to the present, past, or future space-time. There were countless complicated golden patterns entwined around it, and one could see terrifying scenes such as thunder, ice, the river of fate, primordial chaos, and so on. As expected, he has already attained the body of a dimensional demon god. He is one of the 3 strongest dimensional demon gods, the space-time master. However, why is his natal spiritual treasure so powerful? It has already far surpassed Sciention origin spiritual treasures. I'm afraid it has already reached the level of a Sciention dimensional treasure. It even has a trace of a Sciention Dao artifact. The 4 ancient gods looked at the god bell that was emitting invisible waves in shock. As the bell rang, their bodies stiffened, and their souls seemed to be only left with the ability to think. Sciention spiritual treasures, Sciention origin spiritual treasures, Sciention dimensional treasures, and above them are Sciention Dao artifacts. Most of the dimensional demon gods would have natal spiritual treasures associated with them. Those that were slightly weaker were Sciention spiritual treasures. For example, the ancient god Firmament nurtured a Sciention origin energy pearl that was a Sciention spiritual treasure. Then there was the ancient god Nine Music's 9-string zither, the Wu Huai clan's mountain topographic map, and the Bo Jian clan's 3 longevity spiritual lamps. All of them had barely reached the level of natal spiritual treasures. As the space-time master, a true dimensional demon god, Qin Feng's natal spiritual treasure was nurtured with the eternal primordial divine bell as its foundation. It was a Sciention dimensional treasure. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Feng had used the eternal primordial technique, eternal origin technique, and eternal vibration technique to form the eternal primordial divine bell as its foundation. If that wasn't the case, it would be impossible to nurture such a powerful innate dimensional treasure like the divine clock of time and space. Two-dimensional divine ancestor, the innate dimensional treasure, the divine clock of time and space. This spiritual treasure of time and space is indeed extraordinarily powerful. It has absorbed the mysteries of more than 30-dimensional origin rules. In the future, as long as it continues to absorb the origin rules of other dimensional guardians, it will slowly evolve. There is even a high possibility that it will become a Khanate Dao artifact. There's also a portion of the dimensional origin laws that resonated during the 1,000 years of nurturing. If I can go back and refine it into one with the Golden Gourd, the power of the Golden Gourd will definitely increase greatly. With my current strength, I made a huge leap compared to 1,000 years ago. I've already reached the peak of the first tribulation sovereign realm. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a smile. Qin Feng's gaze swept across Song Qiong, Wu Huai, Ju Lu, and Bai Jian. Clearly, the four gods had changed a lot in 1,000 years. Qin Feng looked over, and the four great ancient gods felt their bodies sink. There was a pressure that came from the source of time, and they didn't even have the strength to resist. On the contrary, there was a kind of reverence that came from the depths of his heart. That was the dignity that came from the deepest level of the dimensional universe. The dimensional demon god was at the peak of the pyramid of all the dimensional universes. He was also the source of all gods in the future, the ancestor of all gods. Beside him, the ancient ruler and Luya looked at each other. Through their divine senses, they could clearly see that two illusory, immortal holy rings had appeared behind Qin Feng's head. Their eyes flashed with a strange light. This was already comparable to a second tribulation sovereign. 1,000 years ago, Qin Feng only had one immortal holy ring behind his head. Although it was illusory and didn't materialize like them, it meant that he hadn't officially passed the perfect tribulation. However, with these two illusory, immortal holy rings, the chances of passing the tribulation were very high. It represented accumulation. Clearly, this nurturing was very beneficial to a divine ancestor like Qin Feng. In this regard, the Desolation Sage Emperor was much inferior. At this moment, the Desolation Sage Emperor only had one immortal holy ring behind his head. Although he had gained a lot in the past 1,000 years, the Lightning Ancestor had obviously widened the gap between them. The Desolation Sage Emperor obviously noticed this as well. He still had a smile on his face, but no one knew what he was thinking. Qin Feng walked to the side and sat cross-legged. He stabilized his cultivation and familiarized himself with this natal spiritual treasure at the same time. The space-time divine clock used the eternal primordial divine clock as its foundation and condensed more than 30 dimensional origins. The power of the dimensional origins was extremely mysterious. Qin Feng had the intention to make it a trump card in his hand. Stepping on the illusory 999 square foot lotus of creation, Qin Feng immediately used his eternal holy power to refine it. At the same time, he familiarized himself with its various mysteries. He didn't have much time left. Boom! 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the primordial chaos in the entire dimensional universe seemed to be boiling as if it was timed. Everyone looked up and saw a chaos egg in the center that was 100 times larger than the one formed by Qin Feng spinning. At this moment, the chaotic aura flowing in the surroundings suddenly became 10,000 times happier. Some kind of change in the chaos accelerated some kind of strange change in the dimensional universe. At this moment, the 3,000 dimensional demon gods that were being nurtured instantly matured and woke up from their deep slumber. As if sensing the arrival of the Genesis tribulation, the 3,000 dimensional demon gods let out earth-shattering roars and broke out of their shells. They rushed toward the place where Pangu was being nurtured. The Genesis tribulation was the Genesis master breaking through the initial chaos, clearing the 3,000 dimensional origin laws, and seizing the position of the master of the universe. If any dimensional demon gods didn't stop it, they could only submit to the Genesis master. As dimensional demon gods that were nurtured by dimensions, they were influenced by the spiritual light of the dimensional universe and instinctively rejected such behavior. My name is Pangu. At the instant when the primordial chaos reached its peak, an ancient and boundless voice reverberated through the primordial chaos, imprinting itself into the depths of the mind of the 3,000 dimensional demonic gods. First, the chaos announced the birth of the Genesis Master, which meant that the Genesis tribulation had officially arrived. What a powerful force! He's indeed one of the 3 strongest dimensional demon gods. He's actually a 5th tribulation sovereign. In 3 different directions of primordial chaos, 3 figures felt the immense pressure and the majestic power that was revealed. Their expressions changed. Some were shocked, some were fearful, and some were filled with gloomy, killing intent. Among the 3,000 dimensional demon gods, many powerful existences had cold gazes. Qin Feng, the ancient ruler, Luya, the Desolation Sage Emperor, and the other saw that the chaos egg in the center had disappeared and turned into a terrifying giant. He was billions of feet tall and was surrounded by a boundless chaotic aura. He stood on 9,999 chaos lotus flowers and held a giant axe. His appearance was ever-changing. He had a dragon head, a human head, and a three-eyed dragon head. There was a creation Tao disc above his head, and his eyes flickered with ancient Tao. Open! In an instant, he waved his giant axe and slashed at the chaos and chaos. Chapter 1934. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel excited. When Qin Feng saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. Clang! The crisp sound of a bell emerged from his palm. With the space-time divine clock in hand, Qin Feng flew straight and turned into a stream of light. The next moment, he appeared on Panga's shoulder. Panga noticed this scene, but didn't seem to see it. He didn't stop Qin Feng's actions at all. In the distance, the ancient ruler, Liu Ye, and Desolation's Saint Emperor were slightly envious. Soon after, the ancient ruler and Liu Ye appeared hundreds of millions of miles away, ready to fight to the death with the 3,000 demon gods. With this big move, the primordial chaos was cut open. Pangu focused on splitting the heavens and earth apart, breaking the tangled origin of dimensions. This was the strongest and weakest moment of the Creation Master. As long as the 3,000 demon gods weren't stupid, they would know that this was their last chance to defeat the Creation Master. Pangu's giant axe fell, cutting open the primordial chaos like rotten mud. Rumble! Amidst the earth-shattering sound, the stagnant earth, water, wind, and fire rolled out from the primordial chaos. Clear and turbid qi stuck together like a torrent of earth, water, wind, and fire. The Xianwang qi was like mud, turning all these forces into a muddy scene. When the axe fell, the giant Panga's axe seemed to sink into it. Panga's Saint Emperor pulled out the Panga's axe with great difficulty. On his shoulder, Qin Feng saw this scene, and his eyes flashed with understanding. Panga's Saint Emperor's path of creation wasn't perfect. The giant axe condensed from various creation methods didn't have the eternal thunderbolt technique. There was always a flaw. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, golden lightning rolled and turned into golden light that merged into the giant axe in Pangu, Saint Emperor's hand. Rumble! There seemed to be hundreds of millions of golden light bursting out. Roar! Panga's Saint Emperor let out a loud roar, and his body suddenly turned into 100 million feet tall giant. He grabbed the divine axe with one hand and swung it down. The entire muddy swamp, where the earth, water, wind, and fire were stagnant, suddenly shattered, turning into countless yuan qi that filled the narrow space. The clear and turbid qi was completely separated. The xianqing qi ascended to the sky, while the turbid yellow qi descended to the ground. The earth, water, wind, and fire expanded the space. Rich clear qi, turbid qi, earth, water, wind, and fire qi essences scattered and dissolved continuously. Rumble! With a single step, Pangu crossed tens of thousands of miles and entered this narrow space. He stomped on the ground and raised his hand to stop this narrow space from returning to the chaos. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of the bell rang out in the narrow space. Much of the chaotic origin qi was frozen, and a portion of the origin qi of earth, water, wind, and fire was collected by Qin Feng with the divine bell and refined into it. Mysterious phenomena of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared in the divine clock of time and space. Vaguely, its aura increased by another level. Earth, water, wind, and fire seemed to flicker in Qin Feng's eyes. Many of the mysteries of earth, water, wind, and fire were absorbed by his divine soul, and the eternal saint force was quickly refined. The immortal saint ring behind his head shone even brighter and more dazzling. With a wave of his sleeve, a pure azure, clear qi essence and a pure yellow, turbid chi essence gathered and were absorbed into the giant divine bell. Visible to the naked eye, the surface of the giant golden bell showed the evolution of the clear and turbid and the grand scene of the universe opening. Countless mysteries merged with the origin chi from the depths of the divine bell, increasing the power of the divine bell. Qin Feng could clearly feel that this supreme treasure that was born with his soul was even more powerful. At the same time, his saint body and soul seemed to have been refined by the clear and turbid origin chi. In fact, these origin chi were all incomplete dimensional origin chi. But even if it was incomplete, it would be difficult for an ordinary divine ancestor to refine it without hundreds of years. The reason Qin Feng could refine it so easily was mainly because he had cultivated the eternal origin technique and the eternal primordial technique. With Qin Feng's help, the speed of the Pangu Divine Emperor's creation of the universe was countless times faster. The Pangu Divine Emperor stood on the primal chaos Tao lotus and held the divine axe in his hand. The creation Tao butterfly behind his head was a true connate Tao artifact, emitting infinite divine light. A large area of primal chaos was broken open in the most effortless way. During the creation process, countless origin chi were absorbed by the Pangu Divine Emperor and analyzed by the creation Tao lotus, turning into infinite Tao runes that nourished the Pangu Divine Emperor's soul, causing it to change rapidly. The primal chaos Tao lotus under his feet emitted divine light all the time, stabilizing the earth, water, wind, and fire, and breaking apart all the origin chi. Countless origin chi were sorted out. Even Qin Feng, who was standing on the shoulder of the Pangu Divine Emperor, was surprised by his proficiency in creating a world. The Pangu Divine Emperor's method of creating the universe and his proficiency were almost flawless. Whether it was the way of using power, the speed of clearing the origin chi, or the way of supporting and constructing the world, they were all almost perfect. The embryonic form of a huge world had already appeared. Qin Feng didn't know that the Pangu Divine Emperor had been to countless worlds and dimensions in the past few years, transforming into Pangu time and time again to create the universe. He had already summed up a set of extremely perfect and mysterious methods of creation. Even if it was a dimensional great universe, this kind of creation was a walk in the park. Qin Feng simply got rid of all distracting thoughts. On one hand, he wielded the eternal golden lightning to help the Pangu Divine Emperor open up the primal chaos. And on the other hand, he shook the space-time divine clock in his hand from time to stabilize the raging earth, water, wind, and fire, reducing the pressure on the Pangu Divine Emperor. From time to time, it devoured the origin chi left behind by the Pangu Divine Emperor's divine axe. Most of the origin chi was absorbed by the Pangu Divine Emperor's Tao artifact, the creation Tao disc, but the remaining small part benefited Qin Feng. His mind sank into the mysteries of the origin chi, the path of creation, and the mysteries of the evolution of the world. Qin Feng's soul seemed to have transformed into a huge world, the embryonic form of a dimension. It absorbed the countless mysterious changes and automatically evolved into a dimensional great universe. Qin Feng felt that his perspective seemed to have been raised by another dimension, and he saw more mysterious information that he had overlooked in the past. At this moment, Qin Feng vaguely understood why tempering the worldview of a true sage was so important to a divine ancestor who had embarked on the path of a true sage and even high-level sovereigns. Not long after, the third eternal holy ring started to appear behind Qin Feng's head. The three eternal holy rings vibrated, bringing with them an aura of immortality. Vaguely, there was a huge embryonic form of a dimensional great universe submitting to them. Qin Feng was like the ruler of the world, filled with an unimaginable power. The space-time divine clock in his hand became more and more powerful. The crisp sound of the clock rang through half of the primal chaos. Bang! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in front of him. It woke Qin Feng up from this mysterious state. The ancient sovereign in front of him had encountered a dimensional demon god. Chapter 1935. Although Qin Feng's mind was one with the Panga divine emperors, he was still paying attention to his surroundings to prevent any dimensional demon gods from sneaking up on him. From afar, one could see that a towering demon god with 12 pairs of illusory wings had been slain by the Ancient One's saber radiance. His flesh and blood dyed the primordial chaos red. His resentment turned into a murderous aura. In the face of this attack, the might of a sacred ancestor was like a piece of rotten wood, and it was easily reduced to specks of light. At the same time, the ancient sovereign absorbed a ray of light into his body and refined it. In an instant, the origin laws of the dimension descended upon him. That was the dimensional illusory origin law. Seeing this, Qin Feng wasn't happy. Instead, his heart sank. He activated his spiritual will and looked around cautiously. Roar! The moment the illusory demon god fell, a series of earth-shattering roars came from the depths of the primordial chaos. Like a tidal wave, the dimensional demon gods charged towards the Ancient One, who was their leader. Behind them, even more powerful and terrifying dimensional demon gods appeared. Their immense pressure directly attacked the ancient sovereign and the Leaf Fire Grandmaster, Luya. With a flash of red light, the Leaf Fire Grandmaster, Luya, appeared beside the ancient sovereign. He looked at the true bodies of the demon gods that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall. His hair and beard danced in the wind, and flames spread out. There seemed to be endless flames behind him. Streaks of red light flew out. In the primordial chaos, it was hard to see with the naked eye. Beside him, the Desolation Divine Emperor saw it clearly. Leaf Fire Flying Dagger. That was the special ability of the Leaf Fire Grandmaster, Luya, the high-level sovereign of the Fire Emperor dimensional universe. With one attack, the flying dagger pierced through the immortal divine body and destroyed the true spirit. Chi-Chi. Amidst the dark red flames, it was as if they were harvesting rice. The ordinary dimensional demon gods were killed without any resistance, and their dimensional origins were harvested one after another. Even one or two high-level sovereigns couldn't withstand a single blow from this power. The speed was too fast. It was beyond imagination. On the other side, the ancient dominator had also unleashed his trump card and started a massacre. His space-time mystique transformed into incomparably sharp swords and sabers. Saber radiance and sword radiance danced in the air, piercing through the primordial chaos and killing batches of dimensional demon gods. Although they were both high-level sovereigns who had undergone 4 tribulations, the methods of the Ancient One were definitely not comparable to those of ordinary dimensional demonic gods. The Desolation Sage Emperor was not willing to fall behind either. He activated the Tao realm in the depths of his soul. The Tao realm locked onto them, and a white light flashed. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary dimensional demon god or a high-level dimensional demon god that was comparable to a first tribulation stage demon god, their souls would melt and return to the origin of the dimension. The Pangas Saint Emperor completely ignored these dimensional demon gods. His mind seemed to have become one with the divine axe in his hand, cutting through the chaos in front of him. In this great calamity of creation, he did his best to absorb the mysteries of creation and comprehend the origins of the 3,000 dimensions. His aura became increasingly grand and terrifying during this process. Qin Feng could not understand the strength of the Pangas Saint Emperor. He only felt that as the primordial chaos space expanded, the aura of the Pangas Saint Emperor became increasingly similar to the illusory aura of the Purple Cloud's true sage in the past. It gave off a feeling that he was above countless origin laws. It seems like these dimensional demon gods are no longer a concern. Even if there are a few ruthless characters behind them, they're not a threat. However, when the dimensions are created, the dimensional great cosmos will be born with 3 great calamities: the heaven, earth, and man tribulations. The human tribulation will block the path of the demon gods, followed by the earth tribulation and the origin tribulation of the dimensional great cosmos. The Earth Tribulation and the Origin Tribulation are the most deadly. A part of his mind was scattered outside. Qin Feng sensed the tragic killing in the primordial chaos space and immersed himself in the creation state. In the end, as more of the mysteries of the evolution of the origin laws filled his soul, he simply transformed into an eternal golden lightning and entered the giant axe in the hands of the Pangu, Saint Emperor. The mysteries of the collision, evolution, and independent operation of the laws were all manifested under the immense power of the giant axe. Qin Feng seemed to have come face to face with the origins of the 3,000 dimensions that were entangled in the deepest part of the dimensional great cosmos. As the giant axe struck, the origin of the 3,000 dimensions of the dimensional great cosmos was forcefully chopped down and fell into the huge world created by the Pangu Saint Emperor. Instinctively, it started to evolve. In the depths of the giant axe, Qin Feng's body seemed to have transformed into the embryonic form of a dimensional great cosmos. Many mysteries of the laws and rules filled the embryonic form of the dimensional great cosmos, causing the aura it emitted to become even more majestic and ancient. The origin of the dimensions, the origin laws of the 3,000 dimensions. Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in billions of years. As his mind was immersed in this evolution, Qin Feng had a feeling that even if he were to die here, he would not have any regrets. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The primordial chaos expanded rapidly and advanced. In less than 3,000 years, 99% of the 3,000 dimensions demon gods had died. Most of them were killed by the ancient city's ruler, ancestor Lihua, Luya. A portion of them died under the divine axe of the Pangu Saint Emperor as the primordial chaos was created. The 3,000 dimensions demon gods were all favored by the dimensional great cosmos. They were born with exceptional talent and also had a dimensional origin. It could be said that every one of them was a child of the dimensional great cosmos. If they were given more time to grow, they would definitely become extremely terrifying existences. However, it was a pity that they could not help but die in the great calamity of creation. However, not all of them had died. Although the dimensional demon gods had been matured and strengthened and had the attacking power of high-level rulers, they did not have the indestructible abilities of rulers. However, the dimensional demon gods were favored by the dimensional great cosmos and had their own destiny. Although the bodies of the demon gods had been killed and their origins snatched, there was still a portion of their spirituality left. Some of them escaped into the remnant primordial chaos and relied on a trace of remaining essence blood to rebuild the body of the dimensional demon god. Some of them fell into the huge world created by the Pangu Saint Emperor and were reborn. In the future, once they took on a human form, they would be able to follow. They would definitely be the first batch of great existences in this world. The huge world created by the Pangu Saint Emperor was similar to the yellow court dimensional great cosmos of the purple heaven immortal palace. It occupied more than 80% of the dimensional great cosmos. This world had a perfect foundation of immortality. Once these living beings took on a human form, they might be able to make a comeback and regain the magical powers of the dimensional demon gods. After the death of countless dimensional demon gods, their resentment turned into a murderous aura that filled the entire world. Many of the demon gods' resentment started to be reborn and started the cycle of life. After opening up more than 80% of the primordial chaos, the Pangu Saint Emperor stopped. At a glance, the new world was extremely vast. Countless origins fell like raindrops. Among them, there was no lack of shattered origins that directly evolved into innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual treasures. In the distant primordial chaos, after thousands of years, the aura of the ancient sovereign, the Li Hua Grandmaster Luya, the Desolation Saint Emperor, and the four great ancient gods changed greatly. It seemed like their cultivation had increased greatly. The four great ancient gods also cultivated the body of the eternal divine ancestor and condensed the true body of the dimensional demon gods. They exuded an extremely majestic aura that shook the primordial chaos. Chapter 1936. Ancient god Geo, Luke killed the master of sound and replaced him. Ancient god Firmament seized the master of vitality's origin and became the new master of vitality. Ancient god Wuhuai and ancient god Baijian also got what they wanted and became the master of mountains and master of longevity, respectively. The four ancient gods looked solemn as they stared at the remaining primordial chaos. There was still fear and shock in their eyes. There were close to 3,000 dimensional demon gods, and the weakest of them was at the divine ancestor realm. There were even some who were as strong as third tribulation demon gods. However, they were all killed by the ancient ruler and Luya, who were both sovereigns. The four ancient gods also benefited from this. If not for the protection of the ancient sovereign and Luya, who were both high-level sovereigns, the four ancient gods would not have been able to inherit the origins of the four-dimensional demon gods. Instead, they would have perished under the attacks of the dimensional demon gods. In the rolling primordial chaos, there were two shocking auras that seemed to be above the myriad of worlds. Vast power surged, and the vast primordial chaos seemed to freeze because of these two terrifying auras. The 5 immortal holy rings behind the two sovereigns vibrated. The auras made the 4 divine ancestors' hearts palpitate from afar. The 4 immortal holy rings were solid, while the 5th one was slightly illusory. The immortal holy rings vibrated slightly, and the laws of the origin of dimensions seemed to be disturbed. This showed that the two sovereigns had passed 4 perfect great tribulations and had the strength of a 5th tribulation. Faintly, the 6th immortal holy ring appeared silently. This was the power of a peak 5th tribulation demon god, which was why such a terrifying phenomenon appeared. After killing close to 3,000 dimensional demon gods and obtaining this rare opportunity, the two high-level sovereigns had taken a huge step forward in their accumulation of resources. The Desolation Saint Emperor stood on the other side, and the huge world around him almost materialized. It was shaped like a Tao mirror. The 3 illusory immortal holy rings behind him vibrated, and strange phenomena such as earth, water, wind, and fire appeared. He was at the divine ancestor realm and had the power of a 3rd tribulation demon god. The Desolation Saint Emperor's improvement was not to be underestimated. However, compared to the ancient cities Sovereign and Luya, their gains were much lesser. The primordial chaos was opened, and a huge world appeared in the center. It was as if this was the only world in the entire dimensional universe. The Pangu Saint Emperor stood at the center of the world. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the boundless earth. Countless chaotic airflows surrounded him. A vast expanse of light illuminated the world around him as a creation Tao butterfly appeared, exuding boundless divine light. After thousands of years of development, no one knew just how powerful the Pangu Saint Emperor was. Far off in the primordial chaos, the ancient sovereign and Luya felt an unparalleled pressure bearing down on them. It was as if the primordial chaos itself was trembling with every breath the giant took. Even their souls were being suppressed. The giant's eyes were closed. If he had opened his eyes, the two sovereigns had a feeling that if he had intentionally targeted him, he would have been crushed to bits. He was too strong. Countless mystical Tao runes condensed into a divine axe within the giant axe. Pangu had 3 treasures: the creation Tao disc, the chaos Tao lotus, and the Pangu divine axe. The creation Tao disc was an extremely precious auxiliary Tao artifact. It was inscribed with 3,000 Tao runes, and it was said to record the profundities of 3,000 laws. In reality, there were far more than 3,000. All of the Pangu Saint Emperor's comprehension of the Tao of creation was recorded in it. Everyone knew that this was the supreme treasure that the Pangu Saint Emperor had relied on to rise to power. It was rumored that he had been born together with it, and his name had shaken many dimensional great universes. In reality, Many powerful beings didn't know that this wasn't the Pangu Saint Emperor's lifelong treasure. Many ancient beings knew a thing or two about the Pangu Saint Emperor's origins. He was a powerful dimensional demon god-born in the Yellow Court dimensional great universe. He was the creator of the Yellow Court dimensional great universe. After failing to become the universe master of the Yellow Court dimensional great universe, many dimensional demon gods born in the Yellow Court dimensional great universe had perished. It was only after the Purple Cloud True Sage had proven his Tao that he was reborn in the Yellow Court dimensional great universe. In fact, after his rebirth, the Pangu Saint Emperor only had a 12th grade creation green lotus. The creation Tao disc had been given to him by the Purple Cloud True Sage to repay his karma. The Pangu divine axe in his hand wasn't a true Tao treasure. It was a Tao proving technique. Using his own understanding of the truth of the word opening, he used all kinds of eternal great arts to prove his Tao. Amidst the countless runes, Qin Feng transformed into a special world within it. Countless laws evolved into mysteries and completely pulled Qin Feng into a mysterious realm. Instinctively, his soul couldn't digest so many laws and mysteries in a short period of time. Thus, he transformed into a world to protect himself. His internal world quickly analyzed the mysteries, while the external world transformed into a thin layer of world membrane that isolated the Pangu Saint Emperor's understanding of the Tao proving technique. It also protected his own will from being contaminated and assimilated by the Pangu Saint Emperor's Tao. Qin Feng, who had fallen into a deep slumber, instinctively thought about another question. What was the Tao proving technique that he wanted to forge? The Tao proving technique that the Purple Cloud True Sage forged was balance. He wielded balance and could easily stir up countless laws and changes in the dimensional great universe. The Tao proving technique that the era True Sage comprehended was fate. Fate transformed into empires, imperial empires, divine empires, holy lands, and even penetrated through many dimensional great universes. There was also the Tao proving technique that the Pangu Saint Emperor comprehended, carrying on the past and opening up the future, the beginning of a yuan, the renewal of everything, penetrating the beginning and ending. Qin Feng had a vague feeling that it was a trace of divine light. He couldn't grasp it or touch it, but he felt that it was close at hand. Even though the outside world could sense that the Pangu Saint Emperor was about to undergo the Earth Tribulation, Qin Feng still didn't want to wake up so easily. He vaguely knew that if he could comprehend the location of his Saint Heart of Truth, it would be the greatest gain of this trip. Even if he directly possessed the foundation of a 5th or 6th tribulation, it would only be a trace of divine light. At this moment, Qin Feng was almost staking everything on this one throw. He had handed his fate to the Pangu Saint Emperor. If the Pangu Saint Emperor succeeded in his Earth Tribulation, it would be fine. However, if the Pangu Saint Emperor failed, he would definitely be buried with him. Qin Feng was sometimes very afraid of death, but sometimes he was very crazy. The gambling nature he displayed was more shameless than any gambler. After 99% of the 3,000-dimensional demon gods died, the Miliuo Dimension Great Universe didn't give the Pangu Saint Emperor much time to recover. The Earth Tribulation descended. Rumble. In the primordial chaos, the ancient ruler, Luya, and the Desolation Saint Emperor's expressions changed drastically. They felt the entire Miliuo Dimension Great Universe start to shrink violently. Countless primordial chaos collapsed. The entire Miliuo Dimension Great Universe started to shrink inwards. Its surface area was rapidly squeezing towards the world that the Pangu Saint Emperor had created in the center. This caused the world sky to collapse, the earth to shake, and the space to collapse in a chain reaction. The Pangu Saint Emperor, who was in the center, was under even more pressure. He felt as if he was carrying a huge Miliuo Dimension Great Universe on his back. Bang! The Pangu Saint Emperor's legs seemed to be unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. His knees almost exploded into a bloody mist. Chapter 1937. Looking from the dimensional gap outside, the milieu dimension universe was rapidly shrinking and evolving towards a single point. It looked like it was about to collapse. If this continued, the world created by the Pangus Saint Emperor would collapse in no time. The entire milieu dimension universe might even be reduced to nothingness under this force. Looking from the inside of the milieu dimension universe, the sovereigns felt as if the entire milieu dimension universe was overlapping, as if heaven and earth had become one. This was the Great Tribulation that had evolved from the 3,000 pillars that supported the milieu dimension universe. In the center of the world, the Pangus Saint Emperor was under immense pressure. With a furious roar, his body became billions of meters long. His head reached the sky, his feet stepped on the ground, and his hands forcibly lifted up the milieu dimension universe. Now is the time. Kill him while he can't move. At this moment, a furious roar came from the depths of the primordial chaos. More than 10 rays of light broke through the world and charged toward the Pangus Saint Emperor. At this moment, the Pangus Saint Emperor was suppressed by the Earth Tribulation and couldn't move at all. He couldn't even react immediately. Despicable! How dare you! The 4 ancient gods' expressions changed drastically. With a furious roar, they charged forward without any regard for their own safety, trying to use their demon god bodies to block these earth-shattering attacks. They were the remaining dimensional demon gods. They were also the most powerful existences among the 3,000 dimensional demon gods. Leading them were the Master of Destruction, the Master of Wisdom, and the Master of Chaos. This was especially so for the most powerful Master of Destruction. With the support of the last origin of the dimension universe, the 6 immortal holy rings behind his head vibrated, shocking everyone. He was dressed in black and laughed maniacally with unparalleled ferocity. The rest of the Masters of Chaos looked indifferent, but there was a fierce glint in their eyes. They held a terrifying chaos battle sword, and 5 illusory immortal saint rings vibrated behind their heads. They had the power of a 5 tribulation sovereign. The Master of Wisdom was cunning. With 5 snow-white immortal holy rings behind his head, his power wasn't inferior to that of the Master of Chaos. With more than 10-dimensional demon gods, he attacked together. I've been waiting for you. On the other side of the primordial chaos, the ancient sovereign and Lu Ye had 5 immortal holy rings behind them. The 6th immortal holy ring appeared. In an instant, River of Time, an invisible force immediately locked onto the God of Wisdom, as well as the dozen or so dimensional demon gods behind him. At the same time, an invisible brilliance instantly enveloped the Master of Chaos, turning into a river of time that engulfed the entire dimensional great universe. Rumble. It was as if he could hear the roaring of billions of long rivers, which silently enveloped the entire mitodimensional great cosmos. In an instant, apart from the God of Wisdom and the Master of Chaos, more than a dozen dimensional demon gods with combat power equivalent to the 2nd Tribulation and the 3rd Tribulation were reduced to dust in time. Only balls of dimensional origin were left floating in the long river of time. Wisdom is like a blade. Chaos shatter. The Master of Wisdom and the Master of Chaos each performed their own unique skills, but they were still trapped in the river of time and could not escape in a short time. Fire Emperor slaying gods. The moment the ancient ruler unleashed the river of time, Lu Ye's expression darkened. At the same time, a crimson flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying dagger spun as if it was formed from pure divine fire. It vaguely showed countless traces of the laws of heaven and earth. Seeing this crimson flying dagger, the Desolation Saint Emperor's expression changed slightly. The Fire Emperor of the dimensional great cosmos, ancestor Li Huoluya, was definitely not a nobody among the high-level rulers of the dimensional great cosmos. The Lihua flying dagger was a terrifying weapon that could kill enemies of a higher level. It was almost impossible to survive a flying dagger. The moment this flying dagger appeared, the Master of Destruction, who was charging toward the Pangus Saint Emperor, felt his heart palpitate violently. An extremely terrifying attack was approaching him. The maniacal smile on the Master of Destruction's face froze in an instant and turned into horror. Almost instinctively, he stopped in his tracks. At the same time, his lifelong treasure, the Destruction battle sword, sliced through the air to one side. Clang! The Master of Destruction's heart trembled violently. A ray of red light shot out from the Destruction battle sword, and it instantly split into two. The Master of Destruction had no time to be shocked. He only felt that his previously indestructible body of destruction had completely evaporated from below his chest. A ray of red light pierced through his chest and went straight to his soul in the depths of his head. Panic and viciousness flashed in his eyes. Bang! His two hands twisted his neck in an instant, and his head flew into the sky. In an instant, the two hands and the demonic body below his neck turned into dust. The Master of Destruction, who had flown far away from his original spot, was horrified when he saw this scene. He immediately turned into a ray of black light and frantically fled into the depths of the primordial chaos. "You're decisive, but can you escape?" Luya's fiery red eyebrows twitched slightly. Then, he sneered and was about to attack again. However, in the next moment, his expression changed and the fiery red dagger light returned to his sleeves. On the other side, the Pangu Saint Emperor had the sky above his head and the earth beneath his feet. He watched as the earth calamity became more and more intense. Unknowingly, a deathly aura that seemed like all living things were about to collapse in the depths of the dimensional great cosmos. With a thought, a 9,999 grade primal chaos Tao Lotus appeared in front of him. Looking at this chaos Tao Lotus, he was slightly reluctant to part with it. This item was not only his lifelong spiritual treasure, but also his natal treasure. It had accompanied him for countless years. Every time the heavens and earth were split apart, this item would accompany him. Looking at the dimensional primordial chaos that was rapidly collapsing around him, he made up his mind in the next moment. With a thought, the Chaos Tao Lotus flew high into the sky and instantly enlarged countless times. It frantically absorbed the collapsing primordial chaos turbulence, the deathly aura, and the deathly aura. In an instant, it collided with the head of the Master of Destruction, causing an earth-shattering boom. The Chaos Tao Lotus, a supreme treasure that had the potential to become a Tao artifact, exploded. Under the horrified gazes of the ancient ruler, Luya, the Desolation Saint Emperor, and the four ancient gods, the entire Miluo dimension Great Cosmos seemed to be engulfed in a storm of vitality that filled the entire primordial chaos. A formless aura of vitality filled the air. The heavens and earth were refreshed, and the deathly aura were swept away. The most terrifying thing was that the huge world in the center was torn apart and turned into countless fragments. Most of the fragments, which had the Chaos Tao Lotus written on them, rushed in all directions of the Miluo dimension Great Cosmos. At this moment, under this terrifying explosive force, the collapse of the Miluo dimension Great Cosmos seemed to be temporarily stopped. Most of the fragments of the world carried the fragments of the Chaos Tao Lotus and rushed back into the depths of the primordial chaos. They started to evolve and turned into huge worlds. The remaining fragments of the Chaos Tao Lotus fused with the remaining parts of the center of the world, sweeping up many dimensional origins and rushing in all directions. They turned into countless connate spiritual treasures and scattered in the remaining central world. The earth calamity had passed, but the Pangu Saint Emperor had also paid an extremely heavy price. His natal spiritual treasure had split into countless connate spiritual treasures. In the explosion, his flesh was badly mangled, and his natal spiritual treasure had been destroyed. His vitality had been greatly damaged, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Countless pieces of flesh fell to the ground, forming mountains and rivers. Divine blood dripped, forming lakes. Deep panting sounds brought about rolling winds and thunder in the central world. The Pangu Saint Emperor staggered and released his hands. His huge divine body shrunk, and he raised his head to look at the depths of the Luo dimension great cosmos. After passing the Earth calamity, it would be the final origin calamity. This calamity would only be more difficult than the Earth calamity. If he passed this calamity, he would successfully become the master of the Luo dimension great cosmos. If he failed, he would turn into ashes and disappear forever among the countless Luo dimension great cosmos. Chapter 1938. The Earth calamity had just ended. A huge black and white yin-yang fish appeared in the sky, covering countless broken worlds. The Tai Chi split into two, and the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams were born. Taoists believed that Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, and 3 begets all things. The endless mysteries of the origin started from the central world and extended to the broken worlds of the Luo great cosmos, helping them evolve. With just one look, the 4 ancient gods and Emperor Wilderness couldn't help but be mesmerized. "Wake up!" Seeing this situation, Luya shouted loudly. It was like the evening drum and morning bell that woke up the 4 ancient gods and Desolation Sage Emperor. "What's going on?" The 4 ancient gods and Emperor Wilderness looked at Luya and the 2 ancient sovereigns. They didn't dare to look at the black and white Tai Chi diagram that was getting bigger and bigger. Luya gritted his teeth and suppressed the impulse in his heart. He didn't look at the diagram above him. This is the origin tribulation. The broken dimensional laws of the myriad dimension great universe are now starting to reconstruct themselves. This is a true tribulation. Even a 6th tribulation sovereign would be unable to extricate himself from it. There's a high chance that he would be lost in it and directly die. The black and white Tai Chi diagram was full of mysteries of the dimensions. If any high-level dominator could take the initiative to comprehend it, their strength would increase greatly. But this didn't come without a price. The diagram contained the essence of the Luo great cosmos and countless dimensional laws. The countless nomological information was so vast that even the experiences of 6 tribulation sovereigns were like candlelight in a torrent of information. Leah knew how dangerous it was. It was said that almost 90% of the dominators who tried to become a master of the universe fell under the origin calamity. It was almost a 90% chance of survival. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 ancient gods slightly changed. If even a 6th tribulation dominator couldn't withstand it, how terrifying would the origin calamity be? Pangu was sitting cross-legged in the center of the central world. His head was touching the center of the huge black and white Tai Chi diagram. The black and white rotated, and his expression was serene and solemn. His divine axe was on his knees, emitting a faint light. The Ancient One said, "We should leave. This origin calamity is the last great calamity. It's also a calamity for the successor of the Master of the Universe. No one can help Pangu's Saint Emperor." After a slight pause, the Ancient One said in a low voice, "As for us, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. The origin calamity will cover the entire dimensional great cosmos with the reconstruction of the dimensional great cosmos. When that happens, the dimensional great cosmos will automatically close. If we don't leave, all of us will be caught up in it." As he spoke, Luya waved his sleeves, and a dimensional door appeared above the primordial chaos. The 4 ancient gods looked in the direction of Central World with some reluctance. However, the 4 gods knew very well that no one could help the Panga's Saint Emperor. If he wanted to become a master of the universe, he had to go through this tribulation. And, young Master Qin, should we wake him up? Ancient God Jiu Lu suddenly thought of Qin Feng, and his gaze fell on the Pangu Saint Emperor's knee in the Central World. There's no need. Since the lightning ancestor promised Brother Pangu to help him open up a dimension, he must be mentally prepared. The Ancient One added, "Besides, it's too late now." In just a few moments, the black and white Taiji diagram that was born in the center of the dimensional great cosmos enveloped the entire Central World. Under the brilliance, the huge world was enveloped within it. Many powerful dimensional demon gods that were in the process of being nurtured also fell into a deep sleep and were attacked by the black and white light of the Taiji diagram. The ancient ruler and Luya shook their heads inwardly. In their hearts, the lightning ancestor was most likely dead by now. The four ancient gods fell into silence. Just as the Ancient One and Luya had expected, even the Panga's Saint Emperor had a slim chance of surviving this tribulation, not to mention Qin Feng's strength. His soul realm was far inferior to the Panga's Saint Emperor's. The Ancient One and Luya's figures flashed, and they entered the dimensional door one after another, leaving the Milieu dimension great cosmos. The Desolation Saint Emperor's expression was indifferent as he followed closely behind. The four ancient gods pondered for a moment, then sighed in unison and left the Milieu dimension great cosmos one after another. Not long after the gods left, the black and white Taiji diagram emitted a huge amount of black light that spread from Central World and swept across the place where everyone had left. Not long after, it covered the entire Milieu dimension great cosmos like an ocean. In the distant yellow court, great cosmos. On the 700th level of the immortal net, in a heavenly wisdom building, countless celestial palaces floated among the clouds, and countless powerful celestial gods raised their hollows and celestial kingdoms, turning them into ancient stars in the depths of the immortal net. The Ancient One, Luya, and the Desolation Saint Emperor appeared one after another, looking in the direction of the coordinates of the Milieu dimension great cosmos. The gods looked solemn. Now, the Panga's Saint Emperor could only rely on himself. If there was no good news, this might be the last time they saw the Panga's Saint Emperor. Brother Ancient One, I have benefited greatly this time, and I need to return to the Fire Emperor Great Cosmos to digest it. Let's part ways here. Luya said. He was calm, and there was a smile on his face. But I think we will meet again soon. The Ancient One smiled faintly and nodded. The great tribulation of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos had arrived, and many high-level gods would not let go of this opportunity easily. The Purple Firmament Immortal Palace has the coordinates of the Fire Emperor Great Cosmos, so it is convenient to come and go. I will wait here for your arrival. Luya nodded. His body turned into a fiery light and entered the Heavenly Wisdom Building. The Heavenly Wisdom Building shook, indicating that Luya had left. Ancient One, I will not stay here for long. I have benefited greatly this time, and I need to return to the Epic Dimension Great Cosmos to digest everything. The Desolation Saint Emperor also bid farewell. The Ancient One nodded faintly. Under the light of the Heavenly Wisdom Building, the Desolation Saint Emperor also left the Yellow Court Great Cosmos. Looking at the departing figure of the Desolation Saint Emperor, the Ancient One had mixed feelings. The Desolation Saint Emperor was extraordinarily lucky. In the original plan of the Pangu Saint Emperor, the Desolation Saint Emperor did not exist. The Desolation Saint Emperor had really benefited greatly this time. But this was also giving face to the epic true sage. The son of a true sage had a lot of face. If it were anyone else, the Pangu Saint Emperor would not have brought them to the Milieu dimension Great Cosmos. True sage Pasua's disciples had chased them through more than 10-dimensional great cosmoses, but they were also left behind. But if you want to attain the Tao, just relying on the protection of a true sage is far from enough. The ancient sovereign admired Qin Feng more than Qin Feng. He had great wisdom, great perseverance, and great courage. In the Ancient One's heart, Qin Feng was far more important than a wastrel like the Desolation Saint Emperor. But this time, the Ancient One shook his head. As this thought flashed through his mind, the ancient sovereign shook his head. Although he hoped that Qin Feng would be able to survive this calamity, the chances were extremely slim. Chapter 1939. The four of you will stay in the Purple Firmament Immortal Palace for now, in case anyone tries to harm you. The Ancient One looked at the four ancient gods indifferently. Jiulu, Tsang Xiong, Bai Jian, and Wu Huai looked at each other and nodded solemnly. The four ancient gods knew that if they didn't have the protection of the Ancient One, there would definitely be other high-level sovereigns coming to interrogate them for the coordinates of the Mi Luo Great Cosmos. The coordinates of a new Mi Luo Great Cosmos were extremely valuable. Mi Luo Great Cosmos. Not long after the Ancient One, Luya, and the others left, the entire Mi Luo Great Cosmos transformed into a huge black and white Tai Chi diagram. Not only was the Panga Divine Emperor enveloped, but Qin Feng was also enveloped in the endless mysteries of the Mi Luo Great Cosmos. Qin Feng had a feeling that he was in the sea of origins of the Mi Luo Great Cosmos. He was witnessing the countless mysteries of the Mi Luo Great Cosmos as a witness. Qin Feng didn't actively want to comprehend these changes. Instead, he was passive. His soul realm was uncontrollably immersed in the mysteries of the Mi Luo Great Cosmos and was filled with countless information. Every thought seemed to absorb the information of the evolution of the laws. It was about to explode. Qin Feng felt that even his soul realm couldn't resist these mysteries. The rich mysteries of the laws were densely intertwined in the depths of the black and white Tai Chi diagram. In the eyes of some ordinary living beings, the scene was shocking. It was just the reconstruction of the universe, the separation of heaven and earth, the birth of mountains and rivers, the birth of all living beings, the creation of wind and thunder, the collision of water and fire, the birth of the earth, and the birth of spiritual energy. However, Qin Feng felt that all kinds of origins were directly attacking his soul realm, tearing it apart and collapsing it. The rich laws were directly exposed to the air. Qin Feng felt that the Pangu divine axe enveloping his body couldn't withstand this terrifying assimilation and was petrified on Pangu's knees. Even the mighty Pangu divine emperor was petrified layer by layer. Only the majestic, immortal holy rings behind his head trembled and seemed to resonate with the black and white Tai Chi diagram. In his head, an immortal holy light resisted the layers of corrosion. Qin Feng didn't feel particularly good. The power of the Pangu divine axe blocked a portion of the dimensional law's corrosion. However, they were still slowly approaching his body and the embryonic form of the dimensional universe that his soul had transformed into. Qin Feng knew very well that if his divine body and the embryonic form of the dimensional great universe transformed from his soul were completely petrified, even a true sage wouldn't be able to save him. Qin Feng's current state was very strange. On the one hand, the embryonic form of the dimensional great universe evolved from the sacred body and soul realm, tried their best to accept the mysteries of the evolution of countless dimensions. They digested them and strengthened the embryonic form of the dimensional great universe that they had evolved from. Furthermore, this would prolong the duration of the petrification as much as possible. Once the great origin calamity was over, the dimensional origin laws would converge and return to the origin sea of the megadimension universe. On the other hand, Qin Feng's mind completely ignored this slow petrification. He had been thinking about a problem. Qin Feng had been thinking about this question since the beginning of the man's tribulation for thousands of years, trying to catch that strand of wandering spiritual light. What was the eternal truth that he wanted to comprehend? For a very long time, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the divine Tao. Qin Feng had been cultivating for a long time. Initially, he came into contact with the martial Tao. He refined the spirits of all living things to nourish his body and strengthen it. He melted the divinity of all living things and finally broke through the divine Tao with his martial Tao. He could pluck the stars and grab the moon, control the 5 elements of wind and thunder, and control the power of space and time. After opening up the secret realm in his body, Qin Feng gradually came into contact with the mysteries of the witch cultivation. Then, he obtained the mysteries of worship from Duan Shaolu, the original demon master. In the secret realm of Deshang, when heaven and earth evolved into the god space, Qin Feng began to come into contact with the mysteries of various civilizations through the god space. The immortal Tao, the Buddhist Tao, and even the self-created demon Tao. In the end, he fused all these Taos into one and created the divine Tao civilization that was famous in the whirling sea and the many giant worlds of the dimensional great universe. However, Qin Feng soon realized that the divine Tao might not be the eternal truth that he was looking for. He did not attain the Tao through civilization. Similar to the yellow, court dimensional great universe, his master, the mysterious purple firmament true sage, had expanded the immortal Tao civilization to the extreme. He was known as the origin of the immortal Tao and the true sage of the immortal Tao. However, the eternal truth that he had condensed was balance. Qin Feng tried to start from the many laws that he had mastered. He had initially cultivated the water laws, then comprehended the space laws. Finally, he had sublimated the water laws into the creation laws. When he was traveling in the outer realm, he immediately grasped the space laws, time laws, fate laws, wisdom laws, chaos laws, lightning laws, primordial laws, and many other dimensional laws. This time, when he opened up the dimension of the Milieu dimensional great universe, the mysteries of the 3,000 laws were mostly in the depths of his soul. Among the many laws, countless laws appeared, collided, and combined to form various profound truths that contained many eternal truths. There were so many of them that Qin Feng found it difficult to choose. Qin Feng had already gained some understanding of the way to attain the eternal true sage. It was not that the more eternal truths one comprehended, the easier it was to become an eternal truth. On the contrary, one only needed one eternal truth. If one truly comprehended it, they would be able to seize the opportunity to attain the Tao. The more they comprehended, the slimmer their chances of becoming a true sage. At the same time, Qin Feng was very clear that only one eternal truth was compatible with him. It was extremely difficult to choose one among the countless eternal truths that were as vast as the ocean. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If he chose one wrong, he would be on the wrong path. Even if he had passed 9 perfect great tribulations, he would have no choice but to reincarnate and cultivate again if he took the wrong path in the end. As he pondered, Qin Feng discovered that this method of choosing an eternal truth from the mysteries of the various laws was extremely bewildering. After thousands of years, he felt that the trace of enlightenment was getting further and further away from him. Qin Feng decisively stopped and thought from the perspective of the laws. Different thinking methods that were different from ordinary people's, and the goals that he had determined were gradually rejected and expelled from his mind in the Milieu dimensional great universe. In the end, Qin Feng realized that the speed of his thoughts had unknowingly slowed down. He was shocked to realize this. Outside the Pangu divine axe, the power of the origin of the dimensional laws had gradually started to surpass the protection of the runes on the Pangu divine axe and directly started to come into contact with the embryonic form of the origin of the dimensional great universe that he had transformed. The periphery started to be involuntarily infected and started to be petrified from the outside to the inside. Of course, the alarm in his mind rang, but Qin Feng did not stop. The moment he entered this state, Qin Feng was very clear. This was an opportunity that only came once in a billion years. However, this was also a great danger that only came once in a billion years. If he could not comprehend the eternal truth that he was pursuing, there would only be one outcome. He would completely die. Chapter 1940. Layers of Petrification continued. Qin Feng's instincts told him that his life was disappearing bit by bit. This feeling was extremely terrifying. However, Qin Feng's survival instinct urged him again and again, making him chase after the last trace of life. The front part of his potential was released. Rumble. There was a sudden, huge tremor in the central world. In the center, a mountain range suddenly shook. The towering mountain range that stretched for millions of miles shook. In the middle, a mountain that looked like a divine mountain that was hundreds of millions of feet tall cracked open. A giant revealed his majestic true body from the mountain. He was hundreds of millions of feet tall, and his entire body seemed to have been petrified. Layers of terrifying divine light surged on his body, and the petrification on the surface of his body collapsed, turning into fragments that flew out. Behind him, there seemed to be countless primordial chaos vibrating, and various world avatars appeared. Some were the sun, the moon, and stars, some were yin and yang, and some were the four symbols forming the 8 trigrams. He sat cross-legged, and a huge divine axe was placed on his knees. Although the divine axe was material, there was a terrifying divine light hidden within it. Once it exploded, it would definitely shake the universe. This origin tribulation is quite interesting. The giant laughed softly, and it seemed that the entire central world was shaking. He looked over, and the entire universe was in his divine eyes. Behind him, 7 terrifying milky white halos vibrated. One could vaguely see the projection of a huge dimensional universe in the 7 halos. 3,000 god-fiend worlds were in sight. Looking at his petrified lower body, the giant nodded lightly. This origin tribulation is quite impressive. It can easily transform a 7th tribulation dominator. I was almost petrified. However, you don't know that I have already comprehended a trace of eternal truth that belongs to me. There is already a glimmer of light in the true sage worldview. This kind of origin tribulation can't do anything to me. The giant hand moved slightly, and there seemed to be endless divine power surging in his palm. It vaguely destroyed the primordial chaos that covered hundreds of millions of miles in the dimensional universe. It was truly majestic. Although ordinary 7th Calamity Sovereigns are incomparably powerful and can move unhindered across a dimensional great cosmos, destroying worlds in the palm of their hands, and even easily create miracles. They are one of the top overlords in the dimensional great cosmos, but they are still far inferior to the great cosmos masters. With my current strength, not to mention a 7 Calamity high-level dominator, even the strongest 8 Calamity high-level dominator in the multidimensional great cosmos won't be able to do anything to me. The Panga's Saint Emperor's eyes shone with confidence. At this moment, the origin calamity was only half complete. The power of the multidimensional great cosmos had not even completed its initial formation. Once the origin tribulation was over, the megadimension great universe would undergo a complete transformation. As a great universe master, his strength would reach a whole new level and become even more terrifying. Saint Emperor Pangu's eyes flashed with a faint smile. Once he became a great universe master, he would be one of the most powerful beings below an eternal true saint. In these countless dimensional great universes, even though there were quite a number of ancient tyrannical universe masters who had undergone 7 calamities and 8 calamities, the number of great universe masters could definitely be counted with 2 hands. How could the Pangu Saint Emperor not be overjoyed to be able to become one of them? He was not far from becoming an eternal true saint. At the very least, he had far surpassed most of the sovereigns in the vast great cosmos. The Panga's Saint Emperor turned his gaze to the petrified axe on his knee. His fingertips gently rubbed the petrified handle and the surface of the axe. He could feel the life force inside the stone axe disappearing bit by bit. Little brother, even though I've transcended the origin tribulation, I can't help you escape the origin tribulation. Sensing the life force that was like a candle in the wind, the joy in the Pangu Saint Emperor's eyes was replaced by a hint of heaviness. I hope you can overcome this tribulation on your own. If you fail, I will pass on my legacy for you. The Panga's Saint Emperor knew that before Qin Feng left, he had left his natal world in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos. At this moment, the whirling dimension Great Cosmos was in chaos. There were even disciples of the whirling world's true sage whirling world who weren't afraid. They pushed for great tribulations, and there were no lack of 6 or 7 tribulations high-level sovereigns among them. However, with the Pangu Saint Emperor's status as the new master of the great cosmos, it wasn't difficult for him to protect a world. Bang! The Pangu Saint Emperor stood up. Amidst the rumbling, He looked at the mountain range beside him and under his feet. He muttered to himself for a moment before waving his hand in the air. The thousands of miles of mountain range was easily cut off like rotten dead wood. A huge crack that was hundreds of miles long appeared silently. It was like a wound on the ground. The Pangu Saint Emperor glanced at the stone axe and casually placed it inside. With a gentle touch of his palm, the wound that was hundreds of miles long immediately healed. The next moment, the Pangu Saint Emperor took a step forward and directly entered the huge black and white Taiji diagram in the sky above him. His body seemed to have become one with the diagram. As the Pangu Saint Emperor broke through the origin tribulation, the stone axe awakened. It went straight into the depths of the Milieu dimension great cosmos and began to refine the origin power of the Milieu dimension great cosmos. After 10,000 years of sinking, Qin Feng's life force was nearing its end. Qin Feng had never encountered such a dangerous moment before. Qin Feng had encountered many life and death situations. Back then, for a resource, he had run to the old nest of the ironback silver apes to steal spiritual wine under the noses of countless powerful apes that were far stronger than him. There were even a few times when he was blocked and schemed against by experts who were far stronger than him. Every time he was frightened. However, not once had he been in such a dangerous situation. Qin Feng could clearly sense that the scale of his life had already reached the final moment. After countless confirmations, deductions, and negations, Qin Feng's thoughts were already extremely slow under the influence of the petrification. The power of the petrification had a great impact. Qin Feng could clearly sense that he might only have less than 100 years left in his life. However, Qin Feng's thoughts did not have the slightest bit of fear or worry. There was only one thought left. Qin Feng recalled his two memories. One was a false memory of the future. It was a false memory of the future Thunder God. In that memory, he was a peerless genius with unparalleled talent. However, he came from a humble background and had no one to support him. He had no choice but to walk the path of a rogue cultivator who swindled others and occasionally robbed others. His path could be said to be limitless. He plundered the fate of the entire future and suppressed the Dharma ending age. Many sects were unable to breathe. He created a legend of his own out of thin air. Finally, as a rogue cultivator, he cultivated to the peak of the half-step demon god realm. The other was a true memory. He was a piece of trash who was abandoned by his family. He was schemed against and cultivated into a cripple. He rose up in the face of adversity. He relied on the mind tempered by the false memory of the future to plot step by step. He gambled with his life. If the heavens did not bless him, he stole the sun and changed the moon. In the end, he went from an unlucky fellow with a negative fate to a proud son of the heavens step by step. He stepped on the bones of countless proud sons of great fate and became the child of the dimension, the master of the world. He even created a glorious civilization that had never been seen before in the Spirit Sea. Man could conquer the heavens. Chapter 1941. A glimmer of spiritual light finally appeared. Qin Feng finally knew what the eternal truth that was most suitable for him was. It was not that man could conquer the heavens. The will of man to conquer the heavens was just a part of the eternal truth. The Tao of heaven takes from the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. The Tao of man is different. It takes from the deficiency and makes up for the surplus. Who can serve the world with excess? Only Taoists can. In Qin Feng's mind, he remembered a sentence from a Taoist scripture. Qin Feng called it the flawless truth, or the perfect truth. The laws of nature were innately full of flaws, regardless of whether it was ordinary mortals, cultivators, or innate holy spirits and innate gods. Nothing in the origin of the multidimensional universe was perfect. Qin Feng recalled the memories of his 2 lifetimes. Why was he obsessed with becoming stronger? It was not just to protect the people around him, his subordinates, and his territory. It was also an instinctive process of chasing after perfection. However, It was this persistent pursuit that filled hundreds of millions of living beings with boiling power, creating countless miracles and countless civilizations. It was not just Qin Feng. Even the children of Providence and the children of true sages were only one step ahead of others on the perfect path, to a certain extent. It was the same even for true sages. At this moment, Qin Feng recalled an eternal truth. In the multiverse, an ancient true sage had once comprehended an eternal truth, the Permitha truth. The Permitha truth was the dream of all living beings. The so-called human world was a huge sea of bitterness. All living beings and God struggled in it. Only by crossing the sea of bitterness could one reach the Permitha truth. Everyone was like a dragon, soaring to the heavens. They were neither born nor destroyed, neither increased nor decreased. All living beings were in paradise. This was an incomparably grand pattern. Although it was difficult to complete, the breadth of the Tao was definitely enough to split the heavens and earth. Qin Feng's perfect truth and the Permitha truth had the same grand pattern. They were both true, sage-level eternal truths. With a single thought, Qin Feng's entire mind seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. An unprecedented scene appeared in the depths of his soul, as if it had transformed into a ray of light that was 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the sun. Under the light, the layers of petrification were quietly thawed. The frozen thoughts recovered under the temperature and were baptized, a mysterious change that even a true saint would find difficult to comprehend occurred. At this moment, Qin Feng knew that his life was saved. Moreover, not only was he saved, but he had also truly embarked on the path of a true divine. With this step, he had far surpassed 99% of the sovereigns. Although his strength was still not enough to surpass 99% of the high-level sovereigns, his strength was still not enough. A ray of light gradually filled the entire embryonic form of the dimensional universe that Qin Feng had petrified. Bang! With a flash of light, the invisible light quietly passed through the petrified godly axe. Qin Feng's body turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared on the top of the huge mountain outside. Without a sound, his figure landed on the top of the mountain. He was dressed in a black robe. His eyes were tightly shut, and his long hair fluttered along with his black robe. His figure was as straight as a demon god, and his body exuded a majestic and gentle divine glow as he welcomed the baptism of the origin tribulation. The majestic baptism of the origin tribulation was like a waterfall, an ocean, and an abyss. However, the black-robed figure exuded a gentle and pure white spiritual light, and he was like an immortal reef that could not be shaken. Qin Feng only felt that the origin tribulation contained countless changes in the origin dimension. It was no longer like 10,000 years ago, when it was easily pushed to the brink of exploding or even petrified by the torrent of information. Instead, it was very easy for him to comprehend it and even turn it into his own. This change was very mysterious. It was as if he had suddenly transformed from a wooden bucket into a vast and boundless ocean. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood why the Pangu Saint Emperor and other existences who had comprehended a trace of the eternal truth were so powerful. Even experts of the same level could be easily killed in front of them. This feeling was too strong. In addition to the improvement of the realm of the soul, at the same time, the eternal saint body and the eternal saint power in his body were being baptized by the wisp of perfect eternal divine light and were rapidly transforming. Qin Feng closed his eyes and opened his arms. Quietly, his figure slowly rose in the pure white light that was millions of times purer than the sun. Like a beam of light, he flew out of the central world where he was. His figure floated and fell into a large expanse of primordial chaos. Like the 3,000 fiend god realms, he quietly transformed into a huge embryonic world and received the baptism of the origin tribulation. Like a whale swallowing, like the sea swallowing. In the center of the black and white Taiji diagram formed by the origin tribulation, the Pangu Saint Emperor sensed another strange and vast eternal truth appearing. He opened his eyes and looked at this scene in surprise. "I can't believe." The Pangus Saint Emperor looked at this scene with some disbelief. He watched as Qin Feng flew out of the Panga divine axe. His body shone brightly as he went straight to the other side of the black and white Taiji diagram. Even though the Pangu Saint Emperor's state of mind had transcended the myriad worlds and his Tao heart was pure and clear, it was still difficult for him to control himself. The Pangus Saint Emperor's expression was exaggerated. Although Qin Feng's strength was far weaker than his, the essence of his strength was no longer weaker than his. As one of the top existences in the dimensional great cosmos who was most likely to become an eternal true sage, the Pangu Saint Emperor naturally knew what had happened. He actually succeeded. The Pangu Saint Emperor's eyes were still filled with disbelief. Even after confirming it several times, the Pangu Saint Emperor was still shocked. Comprehending a trace of eternal truth was definitely not as easy as one would imagine. The Pangu Saint Emperor had narrowly escaped death several times before he finally comprehended a trace of eternal truth that belonged to him. It could be said that only 1 out of 100,000 high-level sovereigns could comprehend a trace of eternal truth. In the Pangu Saint Emperor's opinion, Qin Feng might be able to unleash his potential and survive such a desperate situation, but the chances of him dying were also extremely high. Even if he was in the origin tribulation and had the right timing, he would at most be slightly stronger than ordinary high-level sovereigns. The chances were less than 1 in 10,000. However, he did not expect Qin Feng to succeed. "What a lunatic!" the Pangu Saint Emperor muttered to himself and sighed in his heart. Comprehending a trace of eternal truth is only the beginning and does not mean that one will definitely become an eternal true sage. However, the probability is far above that of many high-level sovereigns. As long as he does not die, he will definitely become one of the overlords in the dimensional sea and the countless dimensional great cosmos. Furthermore, he is a disciple of a true sage. The Pangu Saint Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. He knew that in the eyes of a true sage, a disciple who had comprehended a trace of eternal truth and a disciple who had not comprehended a trace of eternal truth were treated differently. One was an ordinary disciple, while the other was a direct disciple who was truly protected by a true sage. Even in the dimensional sea, which was known as the 300 true sages, not every eternal true sage had the ability to teach a direct disciple who had comprehended a trace of the eternal truth. Just as Qin Feng began to fully comprehend the mysteries of the origin tribulation in the Mi-Luo dimension, in a dimensional gap in the whirling dimension great cosmos, a gray-robed Taoist with a golden gourd tied to his waist looked behind him coldly. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot, entering the even more chaotic torrent of time. Rumble. The torrent of time rumbled, and in an instant, 3 terrifying figures appeared. They looked in the direction where the gray-robed Taoist had disappeared, and the terrifying figure's golden vertical pupils flashed coldly. "Can you escape?" Chapter 1942. In the colorless and odorless torrent of time that distorted time and space, the gray-robed Taoist turned into a ray of gray light and merged into the boundless torrent, flying rapidly. Sensing the 3 terrifying auras behind him, Taoist Ling Hai's face turned gloomy. 100,000 years ago, the whirling dimension, great universe's chaos epic great tribulation suddenly arrived. The various regions of the chaos epic experienced a huge and unparalleled calamity. The various regions began to turn into ruins as the ancient divine ancestors fought. It was dead silent. Some high-level sovereigns began to appear one after another to clear out the divine ancestors in the various regions of the chaos epic. There were also disciples of the whirling seas, true sage in the perfect world. The divine ancestors began to die one after another, or were forced to flee the whirling dimension great universe. Following Qin Feng's instructions before he left, Taoist Ling Hai, who was one of the three corpse incarnations, fled into the dimensional gaps around the whirling sea with the golden gourd to avoid the calamity. During these 100,000 years, Taoist Ling Hai had been hiding in the torrent of time in the dimensional gaps. He and the people in the golden gourd coexisted peacefully. However, in the past 1,000 years, as the chaos epic Great Tribulation intensified, some high-level sovereigns targeted the experts who had fled into the dimensional gaps of the whirling dimension Great Universe. The dimensional gap had also become abnormally unsafe. As a native expert of the whirling dimension Great Universe, Taoist Ling Hai hid from place to place. 100 years ago, he was finally discovered by a second tribulation sovereign. In the process of chasing him, he attracted another second tribulation sovereign and a third tribulation sovereign. 100 years, at most 100 years. I'll definitely be caught by these three fellows. Taoist Ling Hai's face turned gloomy as he thought to himself. He rubbed the golden gourd at his waist. Qin Feng's entire family, the divine concubines, and many subordinates were all in the golden gourd. At this moment, Taoist Ling Hai was completely unable to sense any information about his main body. He was reckless. I hope my main body can return within 100 years. Otherwise, I'm afraid. A trace of worry flashed across his face. He sensed that three terrifying auras had locked onto him from hundreds of millions of miles away. They rapidly broke through the disturbance of the torrent of time and chased after him. Taoist Ling Hai glanced at his surroundings. The torrent of time above his head had turned into a storm. Part of it had condensed into a stone forest that spanned hundreds of millions of feet. There were countless holes in the stone forest. Time blew past them, turning into the time divine wind. The divine wind had the whirling divine concubine of time. This place looked extremely strange, as if there were millions upon millions of stone forests in the sea. The seawater condensed into substance passed through the stone forests, forming holes. The torrent of time passed through, covering the sky and earth. Endless of it. The torrent of time was destructive even to the eternal heaven lords. It wouldn't take long for the tyrannical sacred body of a heavenly lord to be corroded by the power of time and reduced to dry bones. Even the soul would be decayed and reduced to ashes, becoming a part of the dimensional gap. Divine, 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 divine of divine, divine, divine of time of time of time. Of time of time, of which was Ling Ling time, was time after Ling time of time. Taoist Ling Hai chose a random place and entered the storm of time. He could only hope that the special terrain, the weakened divine, 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 divine of divine, divine, and the complex illusory power of time could buy him some time. Not long after Taoist Ling Hai disappeared, a large area of the stone forest shattered. The torrent of time stirred up hundreds of millions of waves. Three streams of light descended at almost the same time. They locked onto the direction Taoist Ling Hai had left and smiled coldly. The three figures looked at each other. At the same time, traces of terrifying coldness clashed in the void. At that moment, they were still chasing after him. Milieu Dimension Great Universe. In a new dimension Great Universe, countless black and white Taiji diagrams had evolved for hundreds of thousands of years. The origin that permeated the air began to fade. The pure black and white on the periphery was like a curtain that had lost its color. It returned to a simple dark gray color. There were specks of gray on the periphery, and the interior was like a pure black gem. The huge dimension Great Universe began to expand rapidly. After the dimensional origin laws were reconstructed, the great calamity of origin had passed. This huge new dimension Great Universe began to grow for the first time. Although it temporarily couldn't compare to some of the older dimension Great Universes, this dimension Great Universe's strength was beginning to show. In the Milieu Dimension Great Universe, numerous huge worlds floated in the primordial chaos. They swallowed the primordial chaos and worked hard to expand. They were scattered all around a huge world in the center. One of them was exceptionally mysterious. It looked extremely huge. Among the 3,000 worlds, it was a rare world that could compare to the Central Great World. However, it looked extremely illusory, like a fake world. Countless laws of heaven and earth intertwined, and rich origin energy flowed. It gave people a strange feeling. It was as if it was alive, inhaling and exhaling. At the same time, there was another strange situation. The 3,000 worlds were mostly formed by the fragments of the primordial Tao Lotus and the fragments of Pangu world in the center. The natural spiritual energy was rich, forming countless natural treasures and even spirit veins. At this moment, the first batch of innate demon gods had been born, giving birth to the first sentience. This was especially so for the Pangu world in the center. Countless powerful innate demon gods had already become overgods. While they were being born, their strength was still increasing rapidly. In the depths of the dimension great universe, in the primordial chaos, a huge palace was built. Written on it was the Miliuo Heavenly Palace. It was incomparably majestic and sacred. 4 demon gods with extremely strong auras were beside the Heavenly Palace, under a huge ancient tree. They were playing chess. That huge ancient tree was emanating a rich innate Tao essence. The primordial chaos leaves exuded a mysterious, distant, and intoxicating scent. At this moment, a huge dragon suddenly charged out from the chessboard under the tree. However, as a chess piece fell from the sky, an extremely sharp light flashed past. In an instant, the huge dragon let out a sorrowful cry and fell. On the chessboard, the country represented by the dragon's destiny was instantly destroyed by another country. Countless living beings on the chessboard let out deafening cries. On the other side, living beings were in a terrible situation. Blood flowed like rivers. I lost. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. One of the ancient gods threw a chess piece. In an instant, countless living beings on the chessboard turned into primordial chaos, and countless living beings died. The other 3 ancient gods shook their heads at this scene. These 4 ancient gods were none other than the 4 ancient gods under the Pangasane Emperor, Song Qiong, Jiulu, Baijian, and Wu Huai. 1,000 years ago, after the great calamity of origins ended, they immediately returned to the Miliuo Dimension Great Universe from the Yellow Court Dimension Great Universe. At this moment, these 4 could be said to be the 4 most respected gods in the Miliuo Dimension Great Universe apart from the Pangasane Emperor. Every ancient god controlled many god-fiend realms under their command. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the depths of the Miliuo Dimension Great Universe, shaking the Miliuo Heavenly Palace. The 4 ancient gods were stunned. Then, they looked in the direction of the tremor with shocked expressions. They looked at each other and could see a strange light in each other's eyes. There were traces of admiration, shock, envy, admiration, and anticipation. It seems that His Majesty is about to be born. Chapter 1943. I truly envy that person. Not only did he survive that desperate situation, but he also comprehended a sliver of the eternal truth. Ancient God, Nine Music's watery eyes were filled with amazement as well as a hint of something else. Ancient God Firmament said bitterly as he looked at Ancient God, Nine Music's expression. The true Sage Gate has some secret techniques, so it's not strange that they can take some shortcuts. But no matter what, they can't compare to His Majesty Pangu. The other 2 gods knew that Ancient God Firmament had been pursuing Ancient God, Nine Music all this time. Ancient God Wu Huai faintly smiled. Eternal true sages are indeed powerful, but every eternal road is unique, and eternal true sages have no secret techniques to help them. Otherwise, among the 300 eternal true sages, only a handful of sovereigns would be able to comprehend a sliver of the eternal truth. Ancient God Firmament frowned and was about to retort when he heard this. Ancient God Bai Jian lightly coughed. Enough. His Majesty is about to come out of seclusion. Everyone, Please pay attention to your status." The other three ancient gods immediately quieted down. An ancient god by Jian muttered to himself, "His Majesty has already comprehended a sliver of the eternal truth. In the future, he is destined to be a peerless sovereign like His Majesty Pangu. He will also be an ally of our Luo dimension cosmos. I hope you know what to do." After saying this, ancient god by Jian quietly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The remaining three ancient gods calmed down and looked at each other. After a moment, they sighed. They had originally believed that after recovering the strength of a sacred ancestor, they would be able to catch up to existences like the lightning ancestor and the desolate sage emperor. Even if they couldn't look down on these existences, they would at least be on equal footing. Who would have thought that the lightning ancestor would be so monstrous? Comprehending a sliver of the eternal truth was something that many high-level sovereigns couldn't even dream of. The three of them flew out of the central world and stepped into the primordial chaos. At the end of the primordial chaos, the 3,000 god and devil realms were like starlight in the primordial chaos, emitting a faint light. Not long after, a massive world appeared before the eyes of the four ancient gods. As far as the eye could see, the enormous world was somewhat beyond the imagination of the four great ancient gods. In particular, the mysterious aura emitted by the enormous world caused the four ancient gods to instinctively retreat from a distance, not daring to approach. Looking from afar, the operation of this world was similar to the mysterious 3,000 origin laws. Vaguely, there were nearly 2,000 complete origin laws of the world condensed into ancient chains that cut through the various worlds. The other 1,000 faintly appeared as well. At the center of the 3,000 chains of eternity, there was a huge, milky white ball of light. Its brilliance was billions of times brighter than the rising sun, and there was a heart-palpitating pressure. This world was shaking, causing the primordial chaos in the surroundings to seethe. Multicolored light fell like rain. In an instant, a dazzling milky white brilliance appeared and swept across the 3,000 fiend god realms, causing them to feel uneasy. In an instant, it turned into a handsome white-robed man. His expression was grave and stern, and 5 milky white halos behind his head trembled, causing the primordial chaos to retreat. When he looked over, the 4 ancient gods' soul realms seemed to freeze, and even their thoughts were abnormally difficult. This enormous pressure seemed to be uncontrollable, and like a disaster, it pervaded the 3,000 fiend god realms. At this moment, the hearts of practically all living beings were shaken. The more powerful the fiend god, the more terrifying the pressure they felt. After a moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the 4 ancient gods in front of him, whose faces were practically flushed from the pressure. Qin Feng was slightly startled, but he soon understood and withdrew that incomparably terrifying pressure. The 4 ancient gods breathed a sigh of relief. That terrifying pressure just now had made them clearly feel the gap between them and this high-level ruler. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Lightning Ancestor." The 4 ancient gods bowed at the same time. Shortly after, Ancient God by Jian looked apologetically at Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, Lightning Ancestor, my Majesty is currently in seclusion in the origin of the boundless dimension and is temporarily unable to welcome you. Please forgive him. If Your Majesty is willing, you can make a trip to the boundless heavenly palace. My Majesty believes that it won't be long before he returns." Ancient God by Jian's words were very polite. In his heart, he had already placed this high-level ruler in front of him in the same position as the Pangu Saint Emperor. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he felt the friendly aura of the origin of the boundless dimension Great Cosmos. He knew that the Pangu Saint Emperor's divine consciousness was paying attention. He immediately nodded slightly. "It's fine." His eyes flickered with a trace of solemnity as he spoke again. "Now that the great calamity of the chaotic epoch of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos has arrived, I have no choice but to make a trip back. The 4 of you thank the Saint Emperor for his hospitality on my behalf. Tell His Majesty that if I have the time in the future, I will definitely come to visit." Hearing this, the four ancient gods looked at each other and nodded slightly. Qin Feng glanced in the direction of the Panga world. That place was already bustling with life. Like the whirling dimension great cosmos, the mutated world of the Panga heavenly domain, the living beings that had been residing in the ancient wilderness heavenly domain had all been brought over. In the past, the heavenly court of the eastern wilderness divine realm, a portion of the disciples of Xian sect had all begun to settle down in the new dimensional great cosmos. This included his three senior siblings, the heavenly lord of the origin, the heavenly lord of Ling Bao, and the reincarnated Empress Hua. Empress Hua seemed to have cultivated back to the first step of the Master God realm. Qin Feng had once beaten her into the cycle of reincarnation. After reincarnating for hundreds of thousands of years, her anger had completely dissipated, and he had no intention of finding trouble with her again. The heavenly lord of the origin and the heavenly lord of Ling Bao were also on the verge of becoming Eternal's divine ancestors. They had the aura of a dimensional demon god. Evidently, during this period of time, a few reincarnated dimensional demon gods had fallen into their hands and been replaced. In the past, many people in the ancient wilderness divine realm were performing their own legends. The only thing that puzzled Qin Feng was that the eldest senior brother, the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor, did not have any aura. Obviously, he was not in the milieu dimension great cosmos. He shook his head slightly. Seeing these old friends again after hundreds of thousands of years was undoubtedly good news. However, at this time, he had already widened the distance between him and these former competitors. I just don't know where those Buddhists have wandered all these years. Are they still safe and sound? Thinking of old friends in his heart, Qin Feng suddenly thought of the people in the spirit sea world. This time, according to his own calculations, including the tribulation and seclusion, this time, a total of more than 130,000 years had passed. 20,000 years ago, the great tribulation of the whirling dimension great cosmos had already arrived. Could it be that when he returned, the spirit sea world had already been buried in the great tribulation of the whirling dimension great cosmos? Chapter 1944. In the vast and boundless multidimensional gap, a ray of light flew out from a distant dimensional great cosmos and rapidly headed toward the whirling dimensional great cosmos. After bidding farewell to the four Panga gods, Qin Feng did not stop and flew toward the whirling dimensional great cosmos. It was not easy to travel through dimensions, even for high-level sovereigns. If he was fast, it would take more than 10 years. If he was slow, he would probably need more than a year. Qin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly during this trip, and he had even glimpsed a trace of the eternal truth. His strength was no longer the same as before. According to Qin Feng's own estimation, he would be able to enter the whirling dimensional great cosmos in at most 20 years. As his figure traveled between dimensions, Qin Feng finally had the chance to familiarize himself with his skyrocketing strength. After comprehending a trace of the eternal truth and participating in the evolution of the dimensional laws of a new dimensional great cosmos, Qin Feng's gains were greater than he had imagined. Although it was not as good as when the Pangu Saint Emperor became the master of the great cosmos in one go and comprehended many dimensional laws of origin, he still comprehended more than half of them. With so many dimensional laws of origin for him to comprehend, Qin Feng's soul realm was constantly changing. Qin Feng had a feeling that once he completely comprehended the changes in the dimensional laws of origin, his accumulation could definitely rush to the sixth tribulation sovereign realm. This seclusion is extremely long. I wonder how Taoist Ling Hai and the Spirit Sea world are doing. Thinking about the great calamity of the whirling dimensional great cosmos, Qin Feng's speed increased by 30%. As his flying speed surpassed the speed of the flow of time, his body turned into a ray of light that cut through dimensions. Eternal holy power surged, and the resistance in the dimensional gap was easily broken through like rotten mud. This change was both within and outside of Qin Feng's expectations. He had comprehended a trace of the eternal truth. Although it was only a trace of spiritual light and not a complete eternal truth, his eternal holy body and eternal holy power had already transformed into a higher-level holy power. It was certain that even the original million traces of eternal holy power were not as powerful as the current trace of eternal holy power. It seemed to contain some kind of unbelievable, almost miraculous power. Of course, if that wasn't the case, it definitely wouldn't have been able to help Qin Feng resist the invasion of the origin laws of the dimensional great cosmos so easily. As time passed, Qin Feng's eternal saint energy's power increased bit by bit. As the trace of eternal saint energy in Qin Feng's body absorbed the mystical changes in the dimensional origin law, it became richer and stronger, and the speed at which it broke through the dimensional gap became faster. The interdimensional gap region of the whirling sea dimensional universe. The interdimensional gap region refers to the territory outside the dimensional universe that is no more than 3 chaotic regions between the dimensional universe and the dimensional universe. This region is usually an area that the dimensional universe can influence. In a giant time-stone forest, Priest Ling Hai was hiding deep inside a rock wall condensed from time stones. He was wearing a gray robe, with a golden calabash hanging around his waist. His face looked a bit gloomy. At this moment, 3 extremely terrifying, surging divine consciousnesses could be faintly seen from 3 directions. They swept across the region where the time current flowed without restraint from the distant depths of time and space. It seems like this group of people won't give up until they kill me. Priest Ling Hai's face was cold and gloomy. Of course, he knew the reason. As the number of living beings in the various chaotic regions in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos decreased rapidly. The whirling dimension Great Cosmos favored the remaining living beings more and more. As he held the Spirit Sea world in his hand, Priest Ling Hai could clearly sense that the whirling dimension Great Cosmos favored the Spirit Sea world more and more. At this moment, Priest Ling Hai was sure that there were no more than 100 worlds left in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos. This was the only reason why the remaining worlds were so important. If he could destroy the Spirit Sea world, those high-level sovereigns who were pursuing him would undoubtedly be able to obtain a sizable portion of the Great Cosmos destiny. Less than 50 years left. Priest Ling Hai frowned as he thought to himself. At this moment, his face suddenly twitched, and in the next moment, he flew out from the rock wall and appeared above the time current in an instant. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the unseen world, an existence with an unusually close connection was rapidly approaching at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, a stream of light flashed, and a figure appeared above the time current in a distant space-time. He was dressed in white robes, and there were 5 substantial, milky white halos vibrating behind his head. As they vibrated gently, the time current seemed to have paused for a moment. There was a terrifying force on his body that far surpassed the resistance of the dimensional gap. Main body. Seeing this figure, Taoist Ling Hai's expression finally relaxed. His figure flashed, and like a light shadow, he fused with his main body in a single step. Golden light appeared, and the golden gourd landed in Qin Feng's hands. Sensing that the golden gourd's aura wasn't weakening and was instead becoming more and more powerful, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a strange light. At the same time, after fusing with Priest Ling Hai, a portion of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos over the past hundreds of thousands of years also entered Qin Feng's mind. The Great Calamity has intensified, and not even a tenth of the chaos regions are left. The 3 top-notch sovereigns under true sage whirling of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos have taken action. His divine consciousness calmly browsed through the major events that had happened in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Not long after, a hint of calmness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In the next moment, Qin Feng suddenly raised his head. Rumble. The void shook violently. From afar, Three extremely terrifying sovereigns came from three different directions, crossing hundreds of millions of space-time. Their killing intent locked onto Priest Ling Hai at the same time. Lightning Ancestor, you won't be able to escape this time. In the distance, a terrifying will shook the dimensional gap across hundreds of millions of miles, and an extremely terrifying scene was happening. Large swaths of the time current set off shocking waves, and countless times stone forests collapsed. One of the figures unleashed a terrifying destructive force with a swoosh. It was as if a black torrent was being born. Qin Feng felt a terrifying hatred that came from all living beings, from the gods, and even from the billions of worlds, as well as the entire dimensional universe's power of hatred. This terrifying, loathing power could annihilate the soul realm of any divine ancestor and assimilate them. The Loathing Dominator, an old monster born in the last chaos era in the dimensional gap of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos, a second tribulation dominator. Rumor has it that he was born during the destruction of a giant world, born from the loathing of the destruction of hundreds of millions of living beings. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he looked at the billowing black flames. The ocean-like black flames transformed into a terrifying sacred domain, completely enveloping him. Die! A cold voice shook the time current, and a black-robed old man appeared out of thin air, with a terrifying black flame in his palm. As his hand seals changed, the vast black flame engulfed Qin Feng in an instant, and the black flame in the eye sockets of his white bony face was extremely cold. Digression. I'm in a good mood today. Being confessed to by a beautiful girl is a very memorable day. The days of being single are coming to an end. Brothers, don't think of the author when you eat dog food in the future. Chapter 1945. The Loathing Dominator was filled with cold, killing intent, and his terrifying bony face was exceptionally sinister. In his eyes, Qin Feng was already a dead man. Qin Feng was expressionless, as if he didn't feel anything. He just stretched out a hand and palm down. In an instant, a speck of time, sand flowing in the torrent of time, was sucked into his palm like a dream. It was an ordinary speck of time sand. It was formed by a wisp of time energy after countless years of being washed by the torrent of time. This kind of ordinary speck of time sand was a supreme treasure to some low-level gods. But to a divine ancestor, this kind of divine sand condensed from time energy was too common in the dimensional gap. It was just an insignificant speck of dust. In an instant, the speck of time sand appeared on Qin Feng's jade-white fingertip, and he flicked his finger. Bang! Billions of black smoke were destroyed as if eternity had collapsed. The Loathing Dominator's chest seemed to have been pierced by a terrifying existence in an instant, and the sinister smile on his bony face was still frozen. The next moment, even his sacred body and soul were engulfed by a terrifying invisible force. They caved in and fell into a completely foreign dimensional universe, collapsing with a loud bang. They were obliterated by the power of time and turned into dust. A speck of dust could shatter the galaxy, and a leaf of grass could shatter eternity. In front of an expert like Qin Feng, who had comprehended a wisp of eternal truth, this was definitely not a legend. Old Monster Loathing has been killed. The other two high-level sovereigns were descending from the depths of space-time. When their divine senses swept over this terrifying scene, they were almost scared out of their wits. A speck of dust had buried a second tribulation sovereign. This simply made the two high-level sovereigns collapse mentally. The lamb they were chasing had become an unreachable existence in the clouds. Almost instantly, the two high-level sovereigns stopped descending. With a rumble, their sovereign power tore through time and opened a space-time gate that led to their respective lairs. They moved their true bodies and frantically fled into the depths of the dimensional gap. These two high-level sovereigns were not nameless people. One was the daytime ruler, an ancient god of a divine territory. He was born in the ancient Titan race and controlled the power of day. It was said that as long as there was day between heaven and earth, there would be a daytime ruler in the daytime sacred domain. 2 chaos epochs ago, an ancient goddess who had ascended to become the eternal sacred ancestor had shaken the primordial chaos. The other was the sovereign of ether. The ether sovereign was a 3-tribulation sovereign. He controlled the ether power of the various worlds in the primordial chaos. He was also known as the Lord of the Outer Space. He was a high-level sovereign lord from a minor god domain. Although he was an innate god spirit who had risen from god king to paramount god, there was no way he was a nobody. At this moment, the Lord of Ether was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had originally thought that he was a pushover, but who would have thought that the person he was chasing would turn out to be such a terrifying figure? In the blink of an eye, a speck of dust annihilated an ancient existence and killed a high-level second tribulation sovereign. Such a terrifying existence. Perhaps only the 3 peak sovereigns in the perfect whirling world could match him. At this moment, the Ether Dominator was activating the Ether Saint power in his body with all his might. Fortunately, his Ether Saint power was based on space precepts, time precepts, and stellar precepts. He was quite confident in escaping. Seeing the panicked expressions on the 2 high-level sovereigns' faces, he couldn't help but frown. A faint, cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. If he hadn't returned in time, his clone, Taoist Ling Hai, as well as his friends and family in the Ling Hai world, and even his descendants, would have all perished in the hands of these 3 sovereigns. How could he allow the 2 remaining high-level sovereigns to escape? He stretched out his hand again and did the same thing. However, this time, 2 wisps of the power of time were sucked up by his palm and transformed into 2 formless needles. Pooh! 2 faint sounds rang out. The flying sword and saber cut through billions of miles of time. One of the 2 formless needles transformed into a divine sword, while the other transformed into a terrifying divine saber. They directly enveloped the 2 high-level sovereigns and entered the alternate dimension universe. Bang! 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 A terrifying sound rang out, accompanied by miserable screams. It was as if the primordial chaos had been split into billions of miles of space-time, forming countless worlds. The 2 high-level sovereigns, along with their bodies and souls, were easily killed in the depths of the alternate dimension universe like rotten wood. It was an understatement. 2 sovereigns whose names shook countless great worlds and dimensional great universes had been killed without a sound. In fact, Qin Feng's power of time, after condensing a wisp of his transformed eternal holy power, broke through the alternate dimension universe's barrier, and when the 2 high-level sovereigns lost the protection of the laws of the whirling dimension universe, their spiritual realms were wiped out by the power of time. The reason they were still able to scream in the end was purely due to the vigorous vitality of their sovereign holy bodies. A snake without a head could still move for a moment. The vitality of high-level sovereigns was much more vigorous than that of snakes. In the alternate dimension universe, the primordial chaos was tumbling. Numerous gazes fell on the depths of the primordial chaos. Pairs of eyes seemed to be able to see through the primordial chaos and into the whirling dimension universe's dimensional gap, landing on Qin Feng's body. Many ancient existences' gazes were filled with shock and caution. A high-level sovereign who could break through an alternate dimension universe and instantly kill a powerful enemy was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Beside them, a 3-tribulation sovereign was indeed shocked. There was a trace of reverence that came from the depths of his bones. Unlike ordinary experts, as a 3-tribulation sovereign, this high-level sovereign of an alternate dimension universe could vaguely sense the 5 pure white halos within the dazzling divine radiance behind Qin Feng's back. A 5-tribulation sovereign. Even among the high-level sovereigns in the multidimensional great cosmos, he was a giant among the sovereigns. That 3-tribulation sovereign hurriedly retracted his gaze. At this moment, Qin Feng's face darkened as he sensed the gazes that had traveled through countless dimensions to look at him. A trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. A soft snort sounded. However, in front of countless gazes, it was as if billions of sound waves were suddenly born. They directly broke through the distance between the two-dimensional universes and directly appeared in the ears of many ancient existences. Bang, bang, bang. The true bodies of many ancient existences, who had traversed through countless worlds, couldn't withstand the sound waves and exploded amidst the sound waves. Mists of blood filled the air, and the worlds that the experts were in also collapsed. In an instant, many places in the unfamiliar multidimensional great cosmos were thrown into chaos. Although Qin Feng didn't take the lives of these ancient existences, these high-level sovereigns were still battered and exhausted when their true bodies were forced to reveal themselves. Seeing this scene, the three tribulation sovereign who had retracted his gaze rejoiced in their misfortune. How could ordinary high-level sovereigns be able to spy on a five tribulation sovereign? Only the high-level sovereigns above the five tribulation great cosmos have names. I wonder which five tribulation sovereign this unknown five tribulation sovereign is from. Feeling puzzled, this three tribulation sovereign looked at the multidimensional great cosmos with a heavy gaze. Originally, when the chaos epic transition tribulation of the whirling dimension great cosmos had descended, he had been prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. However, he felt that he should be more cautious now. Many high-level sovereigns would come during the chaos epic transition tribulation of any dimensional great cosmos. If there were a few more five tribulation sovereigns, it would be a graveyard for high-level sovereigns below the three tribulation sovereign level. Chapter 1946. In the dimensional gap, a silvery white current of time flowed under his feet. In Qin Feng's palm, there was a golden gourd flowing with golden light. As he stroked the golden gourd, Qin Feng could vaguely feel a connection between flesh and blood. It was as if it was a part of his flesh and blood. Although his most powerful trump card was the divine space-time clock, which was the most fortunate to nurture his spiritual treasure. The divine space-time clock was nurtured with him and received the baptism of the eternal light of truth. It had the potential to become a Khanate Tao artifact. However, this golden gourd was a Tao artifact. It contained the changes in Qin Feng's eternal worldview. The first thing Qin Feng did after returning to the whirling dimension great cosmos was to refine this golden gourd. There's also the great calamity of the whirling dimension great cosmos. As he thought to himself, eternal saint power flowed into the golden gourd. Countless heaven and earth laws were engraved. Qin Feng's mind was focused on the chaos era great cosmos. For the weak, the great calamity of the whirling dimensions chaos era was a disaster. To high-level sovereigns, it was a feast. During the chaos era great cosmos, the origin laws of the dimension would manifest. This was the best time to comprehend the origin laws of the whirling dimension. Next was the change in luck during the chaos era great cosmos. The favor of luck meant that the speed of one's cultivation would increase, as well as the speed of one's comprehension of the origin laws of the dimension. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. He had forcefully memorized most of the origin laws of the megadimension. However, he had not completely comprehended the mysteries of many origin laws. If he could obtain the luck of the chaos era great cosmos, he would be able to completely digest these laws in a short period of time and lay a solid foundation. A golden light flashed and turned into a spiritual light that entered Qin Feng's body. At this moment, in the depths of the spirit sea world, many beings above the supreme God realm could sense the changes in the spirit sea world. In an instant, almost 1,500 new heaven and earth laws appeared in the spirit sea world. Under the branches, there was a fountain. Tens of thousands of unfamiliar ordinary heaven and earth laws were born. In the spirit sea world, many divine path mighty figures felt that there were many more ways for them to advance. Many ordinary creatures directly fell into enlightenment and embarked on the path of cultivation. The spirit sea world had close to 2,500 laws of heaven and earth. This was already one of the requirements to become a dimensional great cosmos. The endings of all worlds were similar. After one's accumulation reached a certain level, there were two choices. One was to become a perfect immortal world. The other was to continue advancing and become a dimensional great cosmos. In comparison, it was generally easier to become a dimensional great cosmos. A perfect immortal world was equivalent to a true sage. In many dimensional great cosmoses, many high-level sovereigns knew that a perfect immortal world usually represented an eternal true sage who had achieved the world's style. Just like the true sage whirling Suo represented by the whirling perfect world. A perfect immortal world could evolve into a dimensional great universe at any time, but not all perfect immortal worlds were willing to evolve into a complete dimensional great universe. Once a perfect immortal world evolved into a dimensional great universe, it would lose its ability to protect all living things and make them immortal. Eternal true sages were not completely unconcerned. Some eternal true sages, such as True Sage Pasua and True Sage Ji Yuan, had many children, concubines, and countless subordinates. Qin Feng's goal was the same. He did not hope to turn the Spirit Sea world into a dimensional great universe. Instead, he hoped to turn the Spirit Sea world into a perfect immortal world. However, there was one thing that had to be said. Worlds could only live in dimensions. In the Spirit Sea world, huge, invisible rivers appeared. River of time, river of destiny, river of space, river of souls. It seems like he has returned. Furthermore, he had a great encounter that caused such a change. This is really unbelievable. This barbaric bastard. I don't know what kind of great luck he had. Compared to my father, in a huge divine territory, under a huge ancient tree, a girl in pink clothes muttered to herself as she sensed the changes in the depths of space-time. The first thing that was born was a silver river. The source of the silver river was the deepest part of the endless space-time high up in the sky. The surging silver river instantly enveloped the 8 landscapes world and countless divine territories. Some powerful supreme gods like her could feel that countless living things were being dragged into the river of time. Only supreme gods could barely touch this river. Wherever this river passed, the chaotic time in many divine territories seemed to be completely smoothed out. Even when supreme gods fought, they could not affect the time of countless worlds. Other than this river, there were several other rivers. One of the rivers was clear and transparent. Wherever it passed, countless divine territories became more prosperous. It seemed to have additional functions of adjustment. The space was larger and had the ability to recover. Even when ordinary supreme gods fought, they could not destroy the subordinate worlds below them. As the river swept past, the destinies of countless living things sank into it and turned into a boundless, huge river. Even supreme gods would find it difficult to escape from this huge river. Even the fate brand of the overgods would leave behind traces of their existence within this river. Destiny was bound by it. Vaguely, the girl in pink clothes could see that the moment this river appeared, 3 ancient and beautiful goddesses flew into the depths of the river and lived by the riverside. He's back. At the same time, in the Spirit Sea world, many beautiful ladies who had been guarding the 8 landscapes and ruling the endless world for Qin Feng noticed the changes immediately. For a moment, they were all pleasantly surprised. Primordial Chaos Sea. The surging primordial chaos became even more majestic. Vaguely, it turned into a vortex. In the deepest part of the vortex, a huge primordial chaos spring was formed. On Primordial Island, there were 2 world trees intertwined on one stem. The aura of the space-time dimension became stronger. In the middle of the 2 world trees, light circulated and an illusory door appeared. Inside the door, one could vaguely see the terrifying scenes in the many dimensional gaps. There's also a vague and glorious dimensional scene. A mature and beautiful lady in a luxurious purple dress was guarding beside the dimension tree that was about to take shape. Her beautiful eyes were like limpid autumn water. She was pleasantly surprised and charming. On the dimension tree that was about to take shape, there was a purple-gold gourd vine wrapped tightly around it. It was like a couple entwined together. 7 gourds of different colors swayed, as if they were nurturing an extremely bright, divine radiance. There was also the resonance of the natural laws of heaven and earth. These 7 gourds looked extremely spiritual, like babies. Chapter 1947. Vaguely, there was a grand vision. It was as if there were 7 huge rivers flowing towards the 7 gourds, watering the 7 colorful gourds. Such a vision meant that these 7 gourds were extraordinary. Madame ZG had a doting expression on her face. She looked at the gourd, then touched the other gourd. Her beautiful face was full of motherly radiance. "Don't be naughty. It wasn't easy for me to get your father's permission to give birth to your own spirituality. You have to fight for me," she chided. The 7 colorful gourds swayed and rubbed against her face as if they were sentient. There was a hint of attachment and admiration. The glow became more intense. What was the eternal light of truth? It was the embryonic form of the eternal worldview that Qin Feng had comprehended. To all the high-level dominators, this was the most difficult step. This step stumped 99% of the high-level dominators. Qin Feng had already touched the threshold of becoming a true sage. As long as he could comprehend more of the origin laws of the dimension, he would be able to establish a true eternal worldview. Qin Feng had a high chance of reaching the eternal true sage realm through continuous revision. If the chances of an ordinary high-level dominator becoming an eternal true sage were close to 0, then Qin Feng had at least a 1% chance of becoming an eternal true sage. This change was enough to show the wonders of the eternal light of truth. Qin Feng walked the path of the world. At this moment, the eternal light of truth merged with the spirit sea world. The dimensional laws that Qin Feng had comprehended in the milieu dimension great cosmos were digested and absorbed by the spirit sea world. The change was truly earth-shattering. The experts in the spirit sea world couldn't detect it. In the whirling dimension, in a chaotic region that had been reduced to ruins, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the remains of a huge world. The broken world, the dark continent, the floating god corpses, and the tumbling death formed a cruel scene. Sitting cross-legged on the ruins, the golden spirit sea world floated above his knees. Qin Feng sat with his eyes closed. Only milky white, saint power emanated from his body as if he was one with the golden gourd. Qin Feng had been sitting here for 10,000 years. After returning from the dimensional gap and appearing in these ruins, Qin Feng had been meditating in seclusion. He comprehended the dimensional laws that had appeared in the great calamity and used the eternal light of truth to refine the golden gourd. Qin Feng didn't directly cultivate the second level of the universal gourd world scroll. Instead, the primeval lord of the origin used his own soul realm to influence them. His soul realm condensed a trace of eternal light of truth. It was like a bright and soft milky white sun that merged with the world of the spirit sea. It was as if his soul had become one with the world of the spirit sea. If there were any knowledgeable experts here, they would know that this was the most common cultivation method for high-level sovereigns. The soul realm merged with the world, and the world was an extension of the spiritual sea realm's eternal worldview. After 10,000 years of refinement, the golden gourd seemed to emit a brilliant, milky, white light. It seemed to have transformed countless times inside, gaining a power that could create miracles. "It's about time." Qin Feng opened his eyes, rubbed the golden gourd in his hand, and stood up. After 10,000 years, the golden gourd was almost completely refined. The divine ancestor that had been suppressed inside had also been dealt with. Qin Feng silently looked in the direction of the 33rd zone of chaos. At this time, there weren't many giant worlds that could be illuminated in the whirling dimension universe. Most of them belonged to the private worlds of the major forces. The mutated world of the 33rd zone of chaos was one of the few places to stay. Qin Feng didn't need a place to stay now. Instead, There was an extremely mysterious treasure in the depths of the mutated world. Qin Feng always felt that if there was anything that could help him improve, it would definitely be the nine-colored island hidden in the mountain sea number 1. He retracted the divine light behind his head and concealed his aura. At this time, he looked like an ordinary, eternal divine ancestor. Qin Feng cut open the space-time dimensional gate and rushed towards the mutated world. Rumble. Just as he set off, a terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the space-time tunnel. The space-time tunnel was cut open, and a sword light that tore through the primal chaos flew through the air. That terrifying sword light resembled an ancient sword. On the ancient sword, there were two mysterious ancient characters, destroy and annihilate. The sword light was filled with killing intent and seemed to fuse with the boundless, baleful aura of the whirling dimension universe. Wherever the sword light passed, space-time was cut off, directly sealing Qin Feng, who was traversing through space-time. A small piece of dimension was torn apart, and the scene of another great universe appeared vaguely. It entered that great universe and attacked. Someone's trying to sneak attack me? What kind of existence was Qin Feng? He instantly reacted. His god eyes could see through billions of miles of space-time. He could vaguely see the sword god with fluttering sleeves. This person's aura was like a crane, hidden in the depths of primordial chaos. This was a second tribulation sovereign with extremely powerful combat strength. He had probably sensed the aura of the space-time gate and was preparing to kill him from billions of miles of space-time. I didn't come to kill you, but you came to provoke me. It's really hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Qin Feng's figure changed, and he casually used the eternal golden lightning art. Rumble. Vast destructive lightning vibrated. The moment the golden light appeared, the sword god hidden in the primordial chaos felt his soul almost freeze. He seemed to see an irresistible destructive golden lightning bolt break through the origin of dimensions. The Deshang's destructive sword light, which had been cultivated using the laws of destruction, was directly shattered. Everywhere it passed, billions of space-time were turned to dust amidst rumbling sounds. A dimensional tunnel leading to the boundless dimension universe appeared behind the sword god. The golden lightning wrapped around this high-level god and brought him straight into the boundless dimension universe. Rumble. The moment he entered the boundless dimension universe, this high-level god's true spirit was obliterated, and he completely died. The power of the eternal golden lightning art was extremely terrifying. Just like the eternal primordial divine bell, the eternal primordial divine bell had transformed into a lifelong spiritual treasure along with Qin Feng. The eternal golden lightning art had also been deduced after Qin Feng comprehended a trace of the eternal light of truth and comprehended the many origin laws of dimensions in the boundless dimension universe. This composite eternal golden lightning art had also been deduced to the extent that it could threaten fifth tribulation or even sixth tribulation gods. Qin Feng casually killed this high-level god who had tried to sneak attack him. He didn't conceal his space-time ripples as he traveled toward the 33rd zone of primordial chaos. After killing this Sword Dao dominator, there were no more high-level dominators who tried to block his path and ambush him. The 33rd zone of primordial chaos was in sight. Chapter 1948. Rumble. In the space-time tunnel, just as Qin Feng was about to reach the mutated world of the 33rd zone of chaos, suddenly, the space-time tunnel vibrated again. The originally dark space-time ability suddenly became abnormally bright. In an instant, it seemed as if countless stars appeared one after another, forming a starry sky. Vaguely, a huge millstone appeared in the depths of the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, the illusory stars were like majestic figures of gods. It was as if billions of gods had appeared. Immediately after, it was as if billions of majestic gods were chanting. The divine sound was incomparably grand, and a figure descended from the huge millstone. It was as if the most majestic existence among the gods had descended. He was high in the sky and was incomparably majestic. It was a supreme emperor with a tall crown and a wide belt. He was high and mighty and wore a purple imperial robe. He seemed to be the god emperor among the gods. Crepe Myrtle. The moment Qin Feng saw the illusory figure of this terrifying ruler, these two words suddenly appeared in his mind. It was rumored that several chaos epochs ago in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos, a majestic high-level ruler had been born. It was because of his birth that the ancient star spirit race, one of the top 10 chaotic races, was born in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos. He was the ruler of all the star gods. He was also the ancestor of all the star gods in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos. Once any star god was born, they would be controlled by him. They would also be protected by him and receive the inheritance of the star god. Among the many high-level rulers of the star god race in the dimensional Great Cosmos, this person was not a nobody. Ruler Crepe Myrtle. The moment Qin Feng's thoughts changed, the countless illusory stars in the surroundings transformed into stars again. Countless nebulas started to confuse the entire space-time tunnel. If an ordinary life form was here, they might be able to understand the mysteries of Crepe Myrtle's divinations. Then, after a short while, countless nebulas seemed to appear and connect, turning into many terrifying star arrays. The star arrays connected with each other and finally fused into one, turning into a terrifying force. A force that could send high-level rulers from the source of fate into the alternate dimension Great Cosmos to be wiped out. Formations, order, stars, space-time, fate. To be able to fuse so many laws of heaven and earth into one and create his own Tao-proving technique, Hegemon Crepe Myrtle truly lives up to his name. Sensing the power of this divine formation, Qin Feng could not help but let out a rare sigh of admiration. Your Honor, no one is allowed to approach the 33rd zone. In the void, a majestic voice came from the distant sky with a hint of majesty. This formation of yours isn't just to keep me out of the 33rd zone of chaos. Qin Feng stared coldly at this high-level sovereign who had suddenly appeared in the depths of space-time. This divine formation seemed to be specifically designed to intercept high-level sovereigns who were attempting to travel through space-time to the 33rd zone. If ordinary sovereigns below the third tribulation encountered this formation, there would only be one outcome. They would be directly transported to an alternate dimension great universe by the formation. At the same time, their true spirit would be directly wiped out from an unpredictable perspective of fate. High in the air, the illusory image of Hegemon Crepe Myrtle had an indifferent look on his face. The strong did not need to explain too much to the weak. In Hegemon Crepe Myrtle's eyes, Qin Feng was just an ordinary eternal sacred ancestor. Even if he was an eternal true sage's disciple, that was all there was to it. Leaving behind a trace of his true spirit to reincarnate was already his benevolence. But soon, Hegemon Crepe Myrtle's expression changed. Qin Feng smiled coldly and continued flying forward without changing his position. Rumble. In an instant, the countless star formations throughout the space-time tunnel began to tremble. The next moment, they shattered like sand towers in a tornado. It was as if a rain of flying stones had crashed into a spider's web, shattering into pieces. Countless golden rays swept out, and all the star formations were violently reduced to dust. It was as if the entire space-time tunnel was drowned in a sea of golden lightning, madly following Hegemon Crepe Myrtle's strand of divine consciousness. In the 33rd zone of chaos, an ancient star emperor was sitting cross-legged in front of a mutated world. His expression changed drastically as boundless golden lightning suddenly descended from above his head. He was caught off guard and was about to be drowned. At this moment, a terrifying dragon roar suddenly descended, shattering a large area of chaos. Vaguely, a boundless ray of light flew over from the distant depths of space-time. It was billions of miles long, seemingly boundless and magnificent. At the end of the path, A majestic middle-aged man with a coral-colored dragon horn on his head and an emperor's robe appeared. He looked like a giant spirit dragon god. Outside the mutated world, many ancient existences felt the huge tremors outside the mutated world. They extended their divine consciousness, and some ancient high-level sovereigns recognized this terrifying dragon god. It's the terrifying dragon god, one of the dragon gods born in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos in the all-dimensional Dragon God Alliance. It's rumored that he's an innate divine ancestor born from the terror of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos. So it's him. It's rumored that the terrifying dragon god formed an alliance with Hegemon Crepe Myrtle of the Star Elves race a long time ago. In the last Chaos era, many ancient high-level sovereigns were killed. It seems like the rumors are true. But what kind of existence could make these two insidious fellows work together? Many high-level sovereigns were shocked as they watched this scene. The dazzling light collided, and a distorted force field seemed to have turned this part of the lightning into an illusory force, which disappeared bit by bit. The terrifying force involved one soul, and it was able to transform the illusory, eternal golden lightning into the illusory, eternal golden lightning. Many high-level sovereigns were shocked by this power that could turn reality into nothingness. This terrifying dragon god was much more terrifying than the rumors. Dang! At this moment, a crisp sound of a bell rang out. Many high-level sovereigns groaned in pain at the same time. In an instant, the divine senses they sent out collapsed. Many high-level sovereigns seemed to see a terrifying divine bell appear in the dark sky, and terrifying sound waves spread out from it, shattering space-time. Pung pung pung. The terrifying sound waves caused even the entire 33 zones of chaos to tremble. The huge mutated world, which spanned across several zones, was like a candle flame in the wind, swaying. Hegemon Crepe Myrtle, the terrifying dragon god, was stunned. Amidst the terrifying sound of the bell, his true spirit was like a candle flame, frozen in place. His true spirit was suppressed, and he couldn't move. Pung pung pung. His powerful saint body trembled, and his skin and flesh cracked. Countless dragon scales on the terrifying dragon god's true body shattered, and his two hands turned into two terrifying pitch-black scorpion pincers. But he was a four-tribulation sovereign, after all. Endless, eternal, holy power burned, and he broke free from the divine bell suppression. He was about to roar when Qin Feng flew out of the space-time tunnel. A huge divine bell rang out, suppressing the primordial chaos, and the two four-tribulation sovereigns were stunned. Golden light flashed, and the bell enveloped the two four-tribulation sovereigns. Chapter 1949. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Intense, buzzing sounds came from the depths of the god clock, and the huge god clock was about to be lifted. A figure flew down and lightly tapped the god clock with his finger. Clang, 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 clang. 3 consecutive clangs, no longer as crisp as before. The heavy clangs carried an extremely heavy weight and an unparalleled amount of power. Bang, bang. After 2 consecutive clangs, the Crepe Myrtle Sovereign and the Terror Dragon Lord's true bodies turned into blood paste. Only their souls were left, and boundless divine power swept up in an attempt to break free from the God Clock suppression. However, it was all in vain. Qin Feng's God Clock of time and space was nurtured with the eternal primordial divine clock as its foundation. In addition, Qin Feng had carefully refined it for 10,000 years. Ordinary 5th or 6th tribulation sovereigns would not be able to withstand the boundless power that suppressed and destroyed everything. The 2 4th tribulation sovereigns' true bodies were destroyed, and their combat power was reduced by half. Even if their souls were unparalleled, they could no longer resist. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings and felt the shock from the surrounding gazes. With a calm expression, he waved his sleeve and tore open a space-time dimensional gate. The space-time dimensional gate led directly to the Meitao dimension Great Cosmos. The God Clock of time and space turned into a stream of light, and flew toward the Meitao dimension great cosmos to be killed. Your Excellency Lightning Ancestor, please wait. A slightly magnetic and ethereal voice came from the distant space-time. Heaven and earth shook, and the primordial chaos boiled violently. Billions of miles of primordial chaos space-time were separated, and a giant five-colored hand crossed the void from the distant space-time and directly locked onto the space-time dimensional gate. Someone is attacking again. It's another Dragon Lord born in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos, the Five Elements Dragon Lord. The three Dragon Lords of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos are all experts of the Dragon Gods Alliance. They must have seen the Terror Dragon Lord in trouble and had no choice but to come. In the depths of the mutated world, many high-level sovereigns from several chaos eras ago recognized the newcomer. The all-encompassing five-colored light turned into five pure colors: red, yellow, green, black, and gold. They formed a huge circle that sealed the space-time dimension. It caused the dimensional passageway between the dimensional gate and the Mi-Luo dimension universe to be filled with five colors. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he stood where he was. Looking into the distance, he could see a glorious high-level sovereign hurrying over from the depths of the primordial chaos. It was a handsome middle-aged man wearing a five-colored robe. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his clothes were simple and unadorned. He was clearly different from ordinary high-level sovereigns, and he looked like a Confucian sage. With a single glance, Qin Feng saw through this high-level sovereign's true body. He was also an extremely high-ranking dragon overlord in the dimensional Great Cosmos. Although this person did not reveal his true form, Qin Feng looked on coldly. The divine clock of time and space didn't appear. Instead, it returned to his palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the two high-level sovereigns struggled, they could feel the divine bell trembling violently. It was as if the bell would be lifted at any moment and escape. The Five Elements Dragon Master was extremely fast. He crossed hundreds of millions of miles in a single step and arrived in front of Qin Feng in an instant. The Five Elements Dragon Master sized up Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's aura was as deep and profound as a mountain peak. It was as obscure as the sea and unfathomable. However, the Five Elements Dragon Lord was certain that this high-level sovereign who had yet to reveal his aura was definitely above a four-tribulation high-level sovereign. After pondering for a while, the Five Elements Dragon Master looked at Qin Feng. Lightning Ancestor, can you spare these two high-level sovereigns on account of the Dragon God Alliance? Qin Feng looked at the Five Elements Dragon Master. Obviously, this Five Elements Dragon Master knew him. He also knew his identity. However, to his surprise, these people dared to attack him even though they knew that he was a disciple of a true sage. They were really gutsy. However, Qin Feng immediately understood. Since ancient times, as long as the disciples of a true sage did not kill them, they would not be reincarnated and their souls would be completely destroyed. Usually, the backing of the disciples of a true sage was the eternal true sage and would not attack them. In the multidimensional Great Cosmos, this was already a tacit agreement and an unspoken rule. Among the disciples of the true sage sect, there were some people that couldn't be offended because those people had many high-level sovereigns as friends under the true sage sect. However, Qin Feng was definitely not one of them. Although he had become a disciple of the Purple Firmament true sage, he had always been alone and didn't have any foundation in the Purple Firmament Immortal Palace. It was probably because his information had already been obtained by other large factions. Therefore, the moment he appeared, these high-level sovereigns didn't have any scruples and directly attacked him. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng understood the cause and effect in his mind. He sneered in his heart. This was probably bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It seemed that Qin Feng, was another small group of soft persimmons that could be casually provoked under the true sage sect. Qin Feng looked at the Five Elements Dragon Master indifferently. Five Elements Dragon Master, do you know what these two people did just now? Without waiting for the five elements Dragon Master to speak, Qin Feng spoke again. If my strength had already improved during this period of time, I'm afraid that just this one attack would be enough to turn Qin Feng's hundreds of thousands of years of hard work into flowing water. There was a hint of anger in Qin Feng's tone. Although reincarnation meant that one didn't have one's life once one was reincarnated, who knew how long it would take for one to regain one's amazing abilities? The lucky ones were like Emperor Hua, who had just recovered to the Master God realm after hundreds of thousands of years. If one was unlucky, they might not be able to regain everything even after reincarnating for 10 or 100 lifetimes. The five elements Dragon Master frowned, and the smile on his handsome face faded slightly. This disciple of the Purple Firmament Immortal Palace really didn't know what was good for him. The multidimensional Dragon God Alliance was a tyrannical existence. Did he really think that he couldn't do anything to him just because he was a disciple of a true sage? One had to know that there were 300 true sages in the multidimensional great cosmos. The disciples of a true sage didn't have as high a status as one would imagine. The five-element Dragon Master forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Qin Feng expressionlessly. Your Excellency, Lightning Ancestor, sometimes giving others a way out is giving yourself a way out. Not everyone in the true sage sect has the ability to be unbridled. Clang, clang, clang. Bell rings could be heard from Ji Hao's palm one after another. Around the 33rd zone of chaos, countless silent chaos, primordial chaos, moved without any wind. As if sensing the icy chill, the countless mutated worlds suddenly had an unknown chill. Qin Feng held the space-time divine clock and slowly raised his head. His eyes looked indifferently at the five elements Dragon Lord. At this moment, the five elements Dragon Lord felt a chill in his soul. The four snow-white halos behind his head almost froze. I, Qin Feng, have never been afraid of anyone's threats. If you have the guts to provoke me, feel free to try. Qin Feng's lips parted slightly as he smiled coldly. Light flashed on his palm. Poof! It was as if a cloth had been torn apart. With a loud clang, the five-colored light in the depths of the space-time dimensional gate in the depths of chaos was shattered. The mighty bell rings reverberated throughout the entire multidimensional great cosmos. The moment the space-time divine clock entered the multidimensional great cosmos, the Crepe Myrtle Sovereign and the Terror Dragon Master's true spirits were obliterated by the terrifying bell rings. Chapter 1950. Silence. Countless pairs of eyes stared in shock at the space-time passageway leading to the alternate dimension Great Cosmos in the 33 Chaos Zone. Dead. 2 high-level, 4 Tribulation Sovereigns had died. Even the Dragon Master of the all-dimensional Dragon God Alliance had died. The five elements Dragon Master watched this scene coldly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the Mi Luo Great Cosmos. At this moment, anyone could see the fury in the five elements Dragon Master's eyes. When the whirling dimension Great Universe was first born, no less than 100 first-generation Dragon Masters had been born. However, only 3 of them were able to survive until now. The Terror Dragon Master, the five elements Dragon Master, and the Darkness Dragon Master. These 3 Dragon Masters could be said to be the rulers of all the dragon race in the whirling dimension Great Universe. They had created the Dragon Tao of the whirling dimension together. Although the 3 Dragon Masters had disagreements, they had always supported each other. After several chaos epochs, there was no doubt about the relationship between the 3 Dragon Masters. I hope you don't regret it. The five elements Dragon Master looked coldly at Qin Feng and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked into the depths of the primordial chaos. A dog that bites does not bark. Qin Feng looked at the five elements Dragon Master indifferently, and a thought flashed through his mind. Should I kill this five elements Dragon Master? However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before Qin Feng immediately dispelled this idea. Qin Feng had heard of the all-dimensional Dragon God Alliance before. It was a large-scale alliance that crossed dimensions. It was formed by many high-level dragon sovereigns, and the leaders were 3 high-level, 7 tribulation sovereigns. Qin Feng had the right to kill Dominator Crate Myrtle and the Terror Dragon Master. The two of them had joined forces to ambush him and kill him openly. Even the all-dimensional Dragon God Alliance would have nothing to say. If he killed the 5 Elements Dragon Master, he would probably be in trouble. While pondering, Qin Feng looked at the 5 Elements Dragon Master as he left. His gaze fell on the mutated world again. After hundreds of thousands of years, the mutated world had changed tremendously. Rich primordial chaos appeared in the surroundings like a boundless ocean. The primordial chaos essence was much thicker than the various regions in the chaos. This situation was extremely similar to the primordial realm that Qin Feng had condensed in the center of the Spirit Sea world. Any high-level sovereigns who saw this scene would definitely not doubt that the center of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos had shifted to the 33rd zone of primal chaos. At this time, Qin Feng didn't know. Amidst the great calamity of the chaos epoch, the situation in the whirling dimension Great Cosmos was gradually becoming clearer. The destiny of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos had already started to shift. Many extremely powerful high-level sovereigns had already predicted that the 33 zones of chaos would replace the whirling sea and become the central region of the next whirling dimension Great Cosmos. In the whirling sea, among the many giant realms, many of the overlords had already moved and were moving towards the Chaos 33 zone. The mutated giant world had become even larger. Even Qin Feng found it hard to believe the changes that had taken place over hundreds of thousands of years. The world in front of him, compared to the original mutated world, was more than 10 times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Qin Feng would believe it. It's no wonder that the 33 zones of chaos attracted so many high-level sovereigns. Qin Feng looked over and saw the 33 zones of chaos in front of him, as well as the dozens of giant realms surrounding the 33 zones of chaos. It was like a vast sea of stars. The mutated giant world had transformed into a boundless galaxy with no beginning or end and no shore in sight. In the spiritual flower world, when Qin Feng was still immortal, he would often look up at the sky and see the 33 boundless galaxies descending from above. At that time, he felt like an ant. When Qin Feng's cultivation had reached a certain level, Qin Feng had turned the Spirit Sea world into his own creator space and natal space. After that, he had experienced countless worlds. This was especially so for the boundless and galaxy worlds. After seeing so many worlds, he knew that even though those worlds were huge, they were nothing in front of high-level sovereigns who could truly traverse them. But today, looking at the boundless galaxy formed by the mutated world, Qin Feng felt as if he had returned to the time when he was still immortal. Grand, far-reaching, and insurmountable, there is also a vague aura similar to the yellow core dimension where the purple Heaven Immortal Palace was located. The aura of a perfect world. Qin Feng's expression was somewhat strange as he looked at this somewhat unfamiliar world. He looked around. Even though he didn't feel anything strange, Qin Feng knew very well that this mutated world had probably become the focus of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos. It was also the focus of this chaos epic Great Tribulation. This mutated world had the foundation to become a perfect, immortal world. This mutated world has the potential to become a perfect, immortal world. Even if it can't become the next perfect, immortal world, it is still extremely valuable. I believe that the ancient races and high-level sovereigns from other great cosmoses won't give up the right to rule this world so easily. Qin Feng thought to himself. The mutated world was of an extremely high level. Even high-level sovereigns would benefit greatly from occupying an area. Not only would they be able to enjoy the favor of the origin energy of the whirling dimension Great Cosmos, but they would also be able to benefit from it. In such a place, it would be much cheaper to comprehend its own eternal truth and assist in comprehending the origin laws of dimensions. Qin Feng thought to himself. However, as the actual sovereigns of the Whirling Dimension Great Cosmos, the experts under True Sage Whirling Dimension Great Cosmos won't give up so easily. Forget it. If I can control this mutated world, there will be huge benefits, but I can't occupy it in a short period of time. For now, I should first obtain the treasures on the nine-colored island in the Mountain Ocean #1 gathering place. With a calm expression, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he turned into a stream of light and headed toward the mutated world. Another high-level fifth tribulation sovereign. In the northwest of the mutated world, countless brilliant rays of light circulated on a huge sacred mountain. An imposing figure looked at Qin Feng, heading toward the mutated world with a solemn expression. In a mutated world, many ancient existences in the sacred realms of the sacred mountains witnessed Qin Feng's arrival. Many high-level sovereigns had subtle expressions on their faces. After hundreds of thousands of years of bloody changes, the mutated world had barely reached a preliminary balance. Another high-level sovereign had arrived. It was likely that another bloody storm would occur in the mutated world. Saint Emperor, aren't you worried? Qin Feng was originally the sovereign of the myriad gods' celestial domain, which means he is the owner of the land you are occupying. I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest when he returns. At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared on the sacred mountain. She was extremely charming as she looked at the mysterious existence in front of her. This ancient existence had a grave and stern expression. His large sleeves fluttered in the wind, as if the darkness of the heavens had condensed. The 6 halos behind his head vibrated, and it was as if the darkness of the entire dimensional world was boiling behind him. Chapter 1951. Extreme Mystic Saint Emperor. He was an ancient ruler born in the Dark Dimension Great Cosmos. The Dark Dimension Great Cosmos was similar to the Mi-Luo Dimension Great Cosmos. It was also one of the dimensional Great Cosmoses that was born a few chaos epochs ago. However, this dimensional Great Cosmos was rather unique. It was famous for its extremely rich dark power. The dimensional Great Cosmos also placed more emphasis on the comprehension of dark power. The Extreme Mystic Saint was the first dimensional demon god born in the Dark Dimension Great Cosmos. He was the leader of the dimensional demon gods. Mystic represented darkness, and the Extreme Mystic was the pinnacle of darkness. However, although he had become the leader of the dimensional demon gods, the Extreme Mystic Saint Emperor couldn't compare to the Pangus Saint Emperor and didn't have the opportunity to become the lord of a dimensional Great Cosmos. In fact, even if one occupied a dimensional Great Cosmos, it wasn't certain that one could refine the origin source and become the lord of a dimensional Great Cosmos. The Extreme Mystic Saint Emperor glanced at the beautiful woman in black beside him. She was wearing a long black dress and had a tall figure. Her beautiful face seemed to be hidden in a layer of shadow, and she was extremely mysterious. The Curse Empress. She was one of her subordinates and one of the first few dimensional demon gods born in the Dark Dimension Great Cosmos. She was in charge of curses and had ruthless means. For illusory and hazy white halos could be seen vibrating behind her head. For tribulation, advanced ruler. She looked at the Extreme Mystic Saint Emperor with her beautiful eyes. The mutated Ganges world was extremely important. It had a perfect and immortal foundation. Even if it couldn't become a perfect and immortal world, any 6 tribulation advanced ruler or recognized by its origin source and became the lord of this world would obtain great accumulation. It was only a matter of time before the 6 tribulation advanced to the 7 tribulation. Currently, the Extreme Mystic Saint Emperor was the ruler of the southern 1/8 of the Ganges world. He had a great chance of seizing this Ganges world. The Extreme Mystic Saint Emperor wore a tall hat and a wide belt. He seemed to be the ruler of the Dark Dimension Great Cosmos. He had a dignified expression as he looked at the sky and said calmly, "Although the Dark Dimension Great Cosmos isn't the strongest among the experts fighting for the Ganges world this time, we're definitely not weak. Now that the Lightning Ancestor has offended the Dragon Gods Alliance, if he's smart, he won't provoke us." After a slight pause, the extreme mystic Saint Emperor looked at the sky. "However, we might have to provoke the lightning ancestor this time. Your Majesty." The Curse Empress looked at the extreme profound Saint Emperor in surprise. Then, the Cursed Empress closed her eyes. She had a slight understanding in her heart. The various dimensions Dragon God's alliance was a massive force. Other than the four worlds in the east, south, west, and west, there were also the four worlds in the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. There was a total of 8 forces competing for the Eternal River variant world. None of them were weaker than the great cosmos of the dark dimension. Some of them came from the whirling dimensional great cosmos, while others came from the neighboring dimensional great cosmos. They had bought the information and came prepared. The extreme mystic sage emperor of the dark dimension great cosmos was among them. Although he was extremely famous, he didn't have the advantage. The chances of him seizing the eternal river world and becoming the master of this world weren't high. However, if he could obtain the help of the Dragon God's alliance, the chances of this happening would be greatly increased. The extreme profound sage emperor stood up and looked at Qin Feng, who had stepped into the eternal river variant world. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a step, the extreme profound sage emperor directly stepped into the void and disappeared. On the divine mountain, the cursed empress frowned as she watched this scene. Logically speaking, it should be easy for a 6 tribulation dominator to deal with a 5 tribulation dominator. However, for some reason, she felt slightly uneasy. In the southwest direction, in the depths of a blazing mountain range that spanned hundreds of millions of miles, a majestic existence with red eyebrows and dressed in a red robe looked at the void with a strange gaze. At this moment, beside him, a Taoist in a gray robe was muttering to himself. If Qin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. They were the 2 high-level dominators who had helped Pangu establish the great cosmos of the Milieu dimension. The ancient dominator and ancestor Lihua, Luya. The 2 powerful high-level dominators had 6 pure white halos vibrating behind their heads. 4 of the halos were solid, while the other 2 were illusory. An extremely terrifying pressure was emitted from their bodies. When Qin Feng entered the Eternal River variant world, the 2 high-level dominators had already recognized the figure of the eternal divine ancestor who had helped Pangu establish the Milieu dimension. The 2 high-level dominators were extremely shocked. Originally, the 2 high-level dominators had thought that Qin Feng had already fallen. He had helped Pangu establish the great cosmos of the Milieu dimension and bathe in the 3 tribulations of heaven, earth, and man. Even though they were 4 tribulation dominators, if they had participated, they would have died without a doubt. Qin Feng had actually survived, and it seemed like his cultivation had increased greatly. Qin Feng's subsequent actions had allowed the 2 high-level dominators to kill Crepe Myrtle and Terror Dragon Master, 2 experienced 4 tribulation dominators. The extreme mystic sage emperor's actions were extremely subtle, but they couldn't escape the eyes of the 2 high-level dominators who had been observing Qin Feng. The extreme mystic sage emperor probably wants to use this opportunity to take down Qin Feng and establish a good relationship with the Dragon God Alliance. What a good idea. The Ancient One looked at Ancestrally Fire, Luya. Ancestrally Fire, Luya, was expressionless. The Ancient One chuckled inwardly. He had entered the Ganges world at the request of his good friend, Ancestrally Fire, Luya. This time, Luya was the one fighting for the right to rule the Ganges world. He wasn't worried. "Do you need me to take action?" The Ancient One smiled as he looked at Ancestrally Fire. Ever since he had observed the creation of the megadimension Great Cosmos 100,000 years ago, he had digested the accumulated knowledge over the past 100,000 years. His cultivation had soared, and he needed an opportunity to test his strength. The extreme mystic sage emperor was a veteran 6 tribulation dominator and was a good target. Luya frowned as he looked in Qin Feng's direction. Some thoughts flashed through his mind, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "There's no need for that." This time, the extreme mystic sage emperor might suffer a great loss. Oh! The Ancient One looked at Luya in surprise, not understanding what was going on. He stared at the sky in confusion. The Ancient One could tell that Qin Feng was only a 5 tribulation dominator. How could he make a 6 tribulation dominator suffer a great loss? Although a 5 tribulation dominator and a 6 tribulation dominator were only one perfect great tribulation away from 6 tribulation dominator, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. To high-level sovereigns, every increase in strength was akin to a rebirth. Most importantly, the extreme mystic sage emperor was a veteran dominator who had undergone 6 perfect great tribulations. Even the Ancient One might not have a chance of winning against him. Not to mention Qin Feng, who had just reached the 5 tribulation dominator. Chapter 1952. Qin Feng stepped into the mutated world, the Ganges world that the sovereign spoke of. As soon as he came into contact with the Ganges world's crystal wall, Qin Feng could clearly feel a huge repulsive force. Qin Feng was a little surprised. The last time he entered the Ganges world, this mutated world had merged with countless large and small worlds in the chaos. However, the crystal wall was still merging, so it did not have such a terrifying repulsive force. Even a sovereign with 1 or 2 tribulations wouldn't be able to resist such a terrifying repulsive force. The birth of the crystal wall, or rather, the embryonic membrane of the world, meant that the expansion of the Ganges world was about to reach a bottleneck. Qin Feng looked over. His vision was boundless. Within the crystal wall, countless large planes and worlds were born. Among them, the 8 higher planes were the main ones. The 8 higher planes were located at the top of the pyramid of all the worlds. The vast galaxy was the common boundary of all the planes. It was also the goal of all the gods and living beings. Standing in the void, Qin Feng, who was even further away, could vaguely see a huge river. It vaguely appeared on the other side of the world, nurturing all living beings and countless worlds. The huge river was completely black and silent. It was hidden on the other side of the void. Ordinary 5th or 6th tribulation sovereigns would find it difficult to detect. Only a high-level sovereign like Qin Feng, who had comprehended a trace of eternal truth, could vaguely sense a trace of it. It's the Void Mother Stream. It's actually starting to appear in the surface world. Qin Feng was a little surprised. The first time he saw the Void Mother Stream, it was in the inner world of the Ganges world. At that time, he was shocked. He was both curious and in awe of the Void Mother Stream's power. Later, in the library of the Purple Firmament Immortal Palace, through some ancient books, he vaguely knew that the Void Mother Stream was condensed by an extremely ancient true sage. It was the manifestation of that true sage's power. The Void True Sage was rumored to be a tyrannical true sage who had attained the Tao before many ancient true sages. Even though they were all true saints, there was a difference in strength between them. Void True Saints were definitely in the top 10 among the 300 true saints. Qin Feng tried to sense Priest Kong Kong, one of the 3 clones. However, he was stunned in the next moment. In his perception, Priest Kong Kong seemed to be completely isolated by something. What's going on? I can't sense the existence of the Mountain Sea 1 colony in the inner world. Did something happen? Qin Feng's heart sank. At this moment, Qin Feng was not worried about Taoist Priest Kong Kong's death. What he was most worried about was that the secret of the 9-colored island would be exposed. The 9-color island in the Shanghai No. 1 assembly base contained an extremely important secret. If it was exposed, it would be an unacceptable loss for Qin Feng. The next moment, Qin Feng raised his head. Unknowingly, the surroundings had suddenly darkened. The vast, shining galaxy, the lofty 8 higher planes, and countless other planes suddenly disappeared from Qin Feng's perception. In an instant, it seemed that only the original night was left between heaven and earth. An incomparably dense darkness appeared. It contained a dense amount of other wills, cold, hypocritical, treacherous, cunning, cruel, and ruthless. All of this seemed to want to drown Qin Feng. Someone's ambushing me. Qin Feng instantly reacted. At the same time, he understood that the ambusher was most likely a high-level dominator who had undergone 6 tribulations or above. Around him, rolling dark undercurrents surged and seemed to cover the sky and earth surrounding him. Qin Feng stood in the void. The faint, eternal saint power around him resisted the erosion of the darkness as he looked into the depths of the darkness. "Who's ambushing me?" The faint voice seemed to permeate countless areas shrouded in darkness, filling every inch of the universe. "Lightning ancestor, decompose yourself. I'll allow your true spirit to reincarnate and be reborn." In the depths of the void, the extreme mystic Saint Emperor looked indifferently at Qin Feng. At this time, he had revealed his true form. It was a 4-headed, 8-armed demon god that seemed to be born from the dark void. It was incomparably huge. On its 4 heads, there were different expressions. Some were cold, some were sinister, some were treacherous, and some were ruthless. The 6 halos behind its head vibrated, and pure darkness dyed the halos pure black. There was also a terrifying and strange power. Even high-level dominators could fall into the embrace of darkness with a single glance. Qin Feng looked at this existence and frowned. He had seen many experts who cultivated the law of darkness, but none of them could compare to this one. This one seemed to have integrated the 7 emotions and 6 desires with the law of darkness, and even all kinds of law powers. He used darkness to guide the countless origin laws of the dimensions. Among the 8 heavenly lords under him, Little 8 was also an expert who cultivated the law of darkness. However, in front of this terrifying existence, he was like a little chick. How arrogant. You're just a 6 tribulation high-level dominator, and you want me to commit suicide? You really don't know what you're talking about. Qin Feng looked indifferently at the extreme mystic Saint Emperor. Although I don't know why you're finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. As soon as his voice fell, a golden light appeared on Qin Feng's palm. It instantly turned into a resplendent golden divine bell. Dang! The crisp sound of the bell rang, filling the boundless darkness and causing violent waves to break through the darkness and lead the arrival of endless light. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the extreme mystic Saint Emperor's face turned cold. Seeing that Qin Feng had made the first move, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. I originally wanted to let you die with dignity. Since you don't cherish it, then die for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the depths of the darkness. It was as if he had become one with the boundless dark universe, turning into a huge cage that trapped Qin Feng. When the terrifying sound of the bell met the original dark universe, it was like a hurricane that swept through the boundless darkness. However, it was suddenly frozen in an instant, and there was no sound. Profound heaven netherworld secret curse. An ancient Tao voice appeared in the depths of the dark universe. It seemed to have activated the ultimate power of the dark universe. The boundless corrosive power of the dark universe instantly increased by more than 100 times. Furthermore, it was accompanied by a deathly chill. This deathly chill was like the end of the dimensional great universe. The great universe withered, and countless life forms were annihilated. Amidst the destruction, an incomparably terrifying chill could be seen. It froze the movement of the entire dimensional great universe. Kacha, Kacha. Qin Feng's expression changed, and his hair stood on end. It was as if he was frozen in place. He wanted to shake the divine time bell to break this terrifying, deathly chill. However, in an instant, he was shocked to discover that he was unknowingly unable to move. Even his soul realm and divine body were suddenly isolated, and he fell into eternal darkness. He could only vaguely feel the cold, indifferent, and disdainful gaze of the darkness dominator in the depths of the darkness. Chapter 1953. The difference between a 6 tribulation dominator and a 5 tribulation dominator was too great. At this moment, everyone in the Ganges world understood what was going on. It was as if this outcome was already set in stone. It's Xian Tianheming's secret capital curse. This curse is his origin curse. In the depths of the volcano in the southwest world, the Ancient One frowned. He was ready to help at any time. The origin curse was a technique that relied on the Tao. It was also the most powerful technique. The Xian Tianheming's secret capital curse used darkness as its origin. In addition, it had the ability to change between reality and illusion, attack the soul, trap the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and turn darkness into an abyss. If there came a day when the power of the dark universe was comparable to that of a perfect immortal universe, that would be the time when the Xianji sage emperor became a true sage. The ancient sovereign boasted that even a 6 tribulation sovereign like him would be tormented by the darkness for a short period of time if he was trapped. Although his physical body was imprisoned and his soul realm was suppressed, Qin Feng didn't panic. His soul was calm as he looked coldly at the power of the dark universe. The cold and corrosive power of the dark universe is strong, but it can't compare to the origin calamity of a new dimension. Even the origin calamity of the Meluo dimension can't do anything to me. How can the darkness of a mere universe drown me? Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed coldly. His soul realm fluctuated violently. It was like a divine sun that was billions of times brighter than the sun. A strong will that could break through time and space appeared. This will couldn't be corroded by the darkness. Time and space couldn't be destroyed. Even dimensions had to be destroyed. A spiritual light broke through the sky. Instantly, the darkness that invaded his soul realm dissipated like snow under the light. His powerful sage body merged with his soul realm once again. Clang! The space-time divine clock vibrated. This time, the sound of the clock was different from the previous one. It was like a morning bell, filled with the light of hope that could break through the darkness. Qin Feng's figure was like a human-shaped tank, a gigantic god, rampaging through. A gigantic white line seemed to appear in the boundless dark universe, directly tearing it into 2. What? Not far from Qin Feng, the extreme profound sage emperor's expression changed drastically. In his eyes, Qin Feng had already charged out with a divine bell. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. What welcomed him was a vast golden light. A huge golden bell covered him from top to bottom. He actually broke it. This scene stunned many people who had noticed the changes in the battlefield. The extreme, profound, holy emperor's profound, heaven-cold underworld secret curse was a peerless secret art that could truly suppress a 6 tribulation sovereign of the same level. However, it had actually been broken by a 5th tribulation sovereign. Furthermore, no matter how one looked at it, the method of breaking it was not a trick, but a direct and violent one. He violently pried open the little girl's legs. How is this possible? Everyone felt as if they'd been struck by a sledgehammer. In the southwest world, the Ancient One and Lu Yi stared at each other. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, even the most powerful high-level sovereigns of the Eternal River world couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Bang! 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 The depths of the divine clock of time and space vibrated violently. The extreme, profound sage emperor resisted, wanting to escape from the suppression of the divine clock of time and space. Qin Feng smiled coldly as he looked into the golden bell. His gaze seemed to penetrate the divine clock of time and space. He looked into the depths of the divine clock of time and space, where a black light violently attacked the walls of the divine clock of time and space. In the depths of the divine clock of time and space, this true body was as thin as a sesame seed, but its power was extremely ferocious. Every time it attacked, the walls of the divine clock of time and space would ripple and crack. A 6th tribulation sovereign's comprehension of the eternal power was indeed far above Qin Feng's. If it attacked a few more times, it was very likely that it would break free from the divine clock of time and space. Qin Feng was expressionless, but a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. He activated a strand of eternal power in his palm, and the golden divine clock of time and space glowed with white light as it shook slightly. Buzz, buzz. The divine clock of time and space's all-suppressing and all-shattering might was activated to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. Within the divine clock of time and space, a figure's true body suddenly collapsed, and a dense soul intent spread out and filled the entire divine clock of time and space. That dense soul intent carried with it a dense, eternal aura. The divine clock of time and space continued to shake, but it was still unable to completely destroy it in a short time. A sixth tribulation sovereign who had comprehended many mysteries of the eternal power was extremely powerful. Qin Feng's expression did not change. He held the divine clock of time and space in his left hand, and a blazing white flame instantly rose from his right palm. The flame of truth. This was a trace of the eternal truth, sacred flame, that was condensed after comprehending a trace of the eternal truth. In front of this flame, even Luya and other high-level sovereigns who focused on the laws of fire could only look up to the eternal truth flame in the dust. The moment this terrifying flame appeared, everyone's gazes changed drastically. The eternal truth flame. An ancient high-level ruler spat out these words with difficulty in his eyes. In the eternal river world, a group of six tribulation sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. In the southwest world, the Ancient One looked at his good friend Luya and muttered to himself, "Luya, you're right. This young friend doesn't need my help anymore." The Ancient One smiled bitterly with a hint of self-mockery. After comprehending a trace of the eternal truth, even a seventh tribulation sovereign can only defeat him, not kill him, let alone a mere sixth tribulation sovereign. Luya's expression did not change, but he could not hide the admiration in his eyes. When Qin Feng had suddenly appeared outside the eternal river world, Luya had already guessed that this was the case. How could a mere Eternal's divine ancestor be able to escape the origin tribulation of a dimensional great cosmos? Even a seventh tribulation sovereign would have to retreat in the face of the power of a dimensional great cosmos. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would also be trapped. Even the son of an eternal true sage, who wielded a Tao artifact, was extremely wary of him. Qin Feng was just an ordinary Eternal's divine ancestor. Luya could not imagine what kind of power could help Qin Feng escape. Of course, there was also the possibility of luck. A lucky true sage might manifest his power and be able to escape. However, Qin Feng's performance earlier, when he had easily defeated two fourth tribulation sovereigns, was obviously not just due to luck. Although he had guessed it, Luya was still shocked when he saw the eternal truth flame in Qin Feng's palm with his own eyes. He had actually comprehended the eternal truth. The book is almost finished. It will be finished before the 5th of January. At the same time, the new book will be released before the end of January. Last wave of subscriptions. Chapter 1954. Pale white flames filled the entire space-time universe created by the divine clock of time and space. Following a shrill scream, the profound extreme Saint Emperor's soul rapidly evaporated. Qin Feng looked at this scene with a hint of shock in his eyes. The eternal truth, sacred fire, was more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. A dignified sixth tribulation dominator who had gone through 6 perfect tribulations had an almost indestructible soul state. His soul was almost defenseless against this sacred fire and was incinerated in an instant. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng waved his hand slightly, and a space-time dimensional gate appeared. He was about to obliterate the profound, extreme Saint Emperor's true spirit. At this moment, a strange light appeared in the void. Qin Feng looked over and looked at the other side of the space-time dimensional gate. In the Mi Luo Dimension Great Universe, A stream of light emerged from the space-time dimensional gate and turned into an extremely mysterious and majestic figure. Silently, the moment this majestic figure appeared, a thick fog seemed to appear in the void. The rolling fog not only concealed the gazes of many people who were looking over, even space-time and dimensions became completely hazy. His Majesty Pangu? Qin Feng looked at the figure who had suddenly appeared in the Luo dimension, great universe, in surprise. Why did the Pangu Saint Emperor suddenly appear? My young friend Qin Feng, how have you been? The Pangu Saint Emperor turned around and looked at Qin Feng with a hearty smile on his face. Then his gaze fell on the divine clock of time and space in Qin Feng's left hand. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. My young friend, can you give me some face and spare the profound extreme Saint Emperor's life? Allow his true spirit to reincarnate and be reborn. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the Pangu Saint Emperor in surprise. The Saint Emperor had rushed over to plead for the sixth Tribulation Dominator in his hands. What kind of identity does this sixth Tribulation Dominator have to be able to request the Pangu Saint Emperor's help? Could it be that this extreme, profound Sage Emperor was one of Sage Emperor Pangu's men? As he pondered, the coldness on Qin Feng's face eased a little, but he still looked at the Pangu Saint Emperor with suspicion. The Pangu Saint Emperor glanced at Qin Feng and instantly guessed part of Qin Feng's thoughts. Young friend, it's not what you think. Xian Ji isn't my man. However, he immediately changed the topic. However, he is a subordinate of a good friend of mine, the Holy Mother of Tianyuan. She probably thought that it was unlikely that you would release him. Therefore, she came to me not long ago and asked me to take action. Since I couldn't refuse her request, I had to be thick-skinned and get involved. If you are willing to release him, the Holy Mother of Tianyuan is willing to pay a price. Tianyuan Holy Mother. When Qin Feng heard this name, his heart trembled slightly. Speaking of Tianyuan Saintess, Qin Feng thought of something. When he had killed the colored glaze Holy Mother, he had obtained 3 treasures, one of which was a jade token. Even the power of the eternal secret book couldn't melt this item. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng had once checked the origin of this jade token on the immortal net of the Purple Heaven Immortal Palace. That jade token was called the Tianyuan token, and it was the symbol of the Holy Mother of Tianyuan's disciple. The Holy Mother of Tianyuan was a veteran master of the dimensional great universe. She had obtained the dimensional great universe and was more experienced than the Pangu Saint Emperor. She was also one of the ancient existences who had the most hope of becoming a true sage among the high-level dominators. In terms of ranking, she was even more powerful than the Pangu Saint Emperor. The Tianyuan dimensional great universe was a great power that was second only to the true sage dimension among the high-level dominators. Qin Feng's mind was spinning. Even though Qin Feng had already comprehended the eternal light of truth and was far more powerful than most high-level dominators, he still didn't have any advantage against a master of the dimensional great universe like the Holy Mother of Tianyuan. Masters of the dimensional great universe like the Holy Mother of Tianyuan and the Pangu Saint Emperor were definitely the most powerful people among the high-level dominators. They were also the group of people who were closest to becoming eternal true sages. Deep in his heart, Qin Feng didn't want to offend the Holy Mother of Tianyuan for his own benefit. Furthermore, as a master of the dimensional great universe, her attitude was already good enough. She had given Qin Feng enough face, and the Pangu Saint Emperor had even stepped in. The Pangu Saint Emperor had taken good care of Qin Feng all these years. Of course, the most important thing was that the extreme mystic Saint Emperor's soul and willpower had almost been obliterated. He no longer had the ability to threaten Qin Feng. Unless he reincarnated, it would be very difficult for him to regain his peak strength without hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng said, "Forget it. Since His Majesty Pangu has spoken, it's the extreme mystic Saint Emperor's luck. However, if he comes looking for trouble with me, His Majesty Pangu, don't blame me for not giving you face. The Panga's Saint Emperor said with a smile on his face. Of course, fellow Taoist Tian Yuan cherishes this valiant general very much. After paying such a high price, he definitely wouldn't want him to die in your hands again. Qin Feng's eyes moved. He looked at the space-time god clock in his hand, then disappeared with a flash of golden light. Poof! A black light flew out from his palm. Above the vast clouds, a true body suddenly appeared and turned into a black-robed emperor of about 30 or 40 years old. This was the true body of the extreme mystic Saint Emperor. His large sleeves fluttered, and his robes were strange. A formless light surged around him, as if drawing in the primordial darkness. It was incomparably majestic and magnificent. However, when he looked at Qin Feng, his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he suppressed his anger and lowered his head, not daring to say a word. He didn't even dare to say a word. Qin Feng and the Panga's Saint Emperor didn't hide their conversation from him. At this moment, he knew very well why he was able to keep his life. Qin Feng looked at this scene coldly. The extreme mystic Saint Emperor raised his head slightly and met Qin Feng's gaze. The anger in his heart instantly turned cold, and a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Although he had managed to keep his life, his strength had decreased by 70 to 80%. Even an ordinary Second Tribulation sovereign could kill him. This trip could be said to be a double loss. Not only did he not gain the friendship of the Dragon God Alliance, but he also lost most of his cultivation. He almost lost his life and went bankrupt. His face was filled with anger. He glanced at the Pangu Saint Emperor beside him. The extreme mystic Saint Emperor regained his composure and bowed respectfully. In the next moment, a huge black space-time dimensional gate appeared in the void. The huge black space-time dimensional gate led to an unknown great universe of another dimension. At the side, the Panga's Saint Emperor and Qin Feng looked at this scene indifferently. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. The extreme mystic Saint Emperor was probably going to return to the Tianyuan Great Universe where the Tianyuan Divine Mother was. The extreme mystic Saint Emperor didn't even turn his head. He even gave up on the southern world that he controlled. His figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment he returned, Qin Feng could sense a huge and majestic wolf from the depths of the space-time dimensional gate. It seemed to be rather friendly as it greeted the two of them. After a while, the space-time dimensional gate closed. Seeing this, the Panga's Saint Emperor looked at Qin Feng and said, "This time, I have to thank you for giving this old fellow some face. You didn't let this old fellow make a wasted trip." After a slight pause, the Panga's Saint Emperor looked at Qin Feng with a slightly strange expression. "I wonder if young friend Qin Feng is interested in the Ganges world. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.